Marvel.
There you go. Yeah, why not? Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I'm joined here by 3W and Joypad Jake. And we're just, there you go.
There you go.
He's going to wear both hats.
Crossover.
Yeah, I'm liking this setup, 3W. Like, I like the purple, the hue to it. That's cool.
And my new collection of action figures is over there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is that a shelf full of, is that books or what is that next to it?
Books, and then in the entire DC and Marvel media.
Oh.
Yeah, and I can move my camera to momentarily show mine right here in the background. My hand's kind of in the way, but
oh, nice.
That display case back there is full of stuff that I collected from Marvel and DC and all sorts of other media.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And then I have the entire 10 shows that were on CW, minus Gotham Knights.
So that's going to be in your collection as the 11th. It's going to be like a big one in the middle, right? It's going to mask out all the other ones.
Wouldn't be anywhere without Gotham Knights.
No. We wouldn't have Smallville without Gotham Knights.
Smallville will be the big one.
Hey, without Gotham Knights, we wouldn't have the wonder that is Turner Hayes.
Oh my god. Oh, that character. The last episode I saw, he kissed two separate women in the same episode. I'm like, this is a CW show. Because he kisses two girls. Like, are you trying to be Oliver? Is that what you're trying to do?
I saw the pilot and honestly couldn't make it any further. I tried, but
I don't blame you.
It was difficult to say.
Yeah, as soon as the greatest detective dies, I'm like,
yeah,
huh?
And like in the way they explain it later on, and since you don't care, Jake, I'll just tell you the way they explain it, because I was questioning, how do they kill Bruce Wayne? Like, how do they pull this off? Apparently, he was slowly being poisoned over time to the point where his reflexes and other things was diminished to the point where they could actually kill him. I don't know.
Okay.
And you remember the pilot, that woman, like a British woman that was kind of like an Alfred character to Turner? That was
vaguely,
yeah. She's the one that did it, and it's not a big reveal because it's obvious, and it's like, okay, that's your explanation. Whatever.
I'll be honest. The only real temptation I had to even go any further with it was to see if that one episode of Endless Multiverse a while back where you and Andy basically broke it. I wanted to see if that would come to fruition.
Oh, because we found out it actually did, because the guy that was cast as like one of the parents, like the dad, he's running the Court of Owls. Yeah.
Jeez.
So yeah, and then there's another twist. Turns out his wife, the mother of one of the characters, she's the actual one running the Court of Owls, because she is revealed to be actually at the top, and he's just a puppet, but he's like the face, but she's actually behind the scenes. It's like,
why not?
another twist. So in the thumbnail, I put the Flash TV show, Superman, Lois, and Spider-Gwen, because the Spider-Gwen thing, because Emma Stone posted that photo, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's Spider-Gwen. It's like,
no.
First of all, they're not filming a movie because there's a strike, and like, what movie would she even be Spider-Gwen in that's even relatively coming out soon? And there isn't, because they're not filming anything.
Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, I would think people were kind of speculating Madam Web. It's like, it would make sense if that was months ago when they shot the movie.
Yeah, and even if she was in any project they were doing, it's not like there would really be able to be any sort of press or info dropped about it.
And why would the hairstyle come out now when she's on strike?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it. People are just, people just want to believe anything just to get excitement.
They look at the smallest grain of salt and then jump.
Yeah, it's because Across Spider-Verse was like half of that movie was Gwen's story. So, I get it. I mean, based on that ending, she's probably going to be another co-lead again, based on what she's doing at the end of that movie.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, got the original team back together. That's what matters.
That was nice to see.
It was a nice moment. It was nice. How are you guys doing, by the way? Doing good?
Doing good. Just got done watching Seven Deadly Sins again for the seventh.
Seven Deadly Sins?
Yeah, it's an anime.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not really into anime.
The only animes that I'm really So there's none I'm into currently. I used to watch DBZ a lot when I was younger, and all the shows that were adjacent to it. And then recently, last year, I don't know if you guys ever saw this, or if any of you were fans of the Tekken series out there, but they made an anime for that game series, and
Oh
it
yeah.
actually turned out to be pretty good. As far as being 1-to-1 with the series, because the only other outside media beyond those games that people really knew was that god awful movie from a decade ago.
I mean, yeah, it was Netflix. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the Tekken series. It's
And
interesting
so
how.
is Seven Deadly Sins too.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Is it like is that an original, like not based on the IP?
It's based on the manga, but it's also owned by Netflix. Like it's a Netflix original series.
Gotcha. Yeah, Netflix is beginning to a lot of like anime, like making actual like anime or animation, like because they picked up what what's it called? Nemona or something. It was like an anime. Yeah, it was Fox was making it, and when Disney bought it out, then they scrapped it and Netflix saved it, which I thought was interesting. But I don't know. Did you guys see the price? They're raising the prices for Disney Plus and Hulu today.
Yeah. I don't. As soon as they raise the prices, I'm like, bye.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. It's like I only watch Hulu now with my wife, and we watch Only Murders in the Building, and that's it. And that just came back, and it's like, well, I would probably cancel it if the show wasn't back.
I mean, I just recently canceled my Hulu subscription anyways because I didn't think I was missing out on much. Most of the stuff that I would want to go on there and see anyway, I can see on other platforms.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
One of the shows that I was watching on Hulu was Runaways, and that kind of got canceled. So,
yeah.
That's when I canceled Hulu.
I had it. I watched that back when I had Hulu, and I mean, it was just as run of the mill as it got to me.
Get it, run of the mill.
I didn't even think about that, but
also, it's not even on. They took it off Hulu now. It's gone. You can't even watch it anymore.
Cloak and Dagger was also one of the things I was watching too, and obviously it was a Cloak and Dagger. It was a hit and miss.
Now, did you continue past the pilot? Because I only watched the pilot, Cloak and Dagger.
I watched the first season. Never got into season 2.
It was the Runaways and Cloak and Dagger did a crossover.
Mm-hmm. As soon as I saw the first season of Runaways too, and that's when I didn't want to continue after season 1.
Because at the end of season 1, they literally ran away finally, and then okay. I was looking through here. So are we guys excited for Ahsoka? I'm excited for Ahsoka.
But I am kind of sad about the actor who played the bad guy.
Oh, Ray Stevenson.
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah. This image, I thought this image popped up. I was going to share it real fast. Let me just present my screen here. I'm still not used to doing this. Here we go. So this is like the episode releases. So we're getting the first 2 episodes August 23rd, and then I'm happy there's at least 8. I was worried there'd be only 6. But I'm excited for this. I love that poster, by the way. That's awesome.
Really hoping there's going to be a Rebel spinoff.
Like another Rebels show.
Like a spinoff is a spinoff of a spinoff, technically.
Like so it spins off from here to something else.
Yeah, to like what's his name? Ezra.
Yeah, Ezra. Not that Ezra, the other Ezra. Ezra, like, oh, that Ezra? No.
Yeah, I knew as soon as we said that people were going to jump in the comments like, oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. I wish they would make a Cal Kestis show, too.
Ooh. Well, I mean, I would love him in live action because him and the Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi Survivor, I mean, it's insane. And the fact is, too, I mean, he's a great actor. He's already proven that with Shameless and Gotham. So, like, let him lead.
He almost made me rethink about Heath Ledger being my top 1 Joker.
Because he did play two versions. He played two different versions.
Yeah. And
Now,
even though we didn't get to see his second version for very long, I still think it was the superior one.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, like, which one do you prefer, the first one or the second one he did?
The first one was a little psychotic, which made me think about changing my Joker, but then he wasn't really Joker, so I couldn't.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair point. And I honestly, in the finale, I think it's a little too much in terms of like barely any hair, but that's because they're getting around the whole.
The series finale, yeah.
Yeah, because like it's clear they're trying to they can't have a full head of green hair because of the rights. But I really loved his look and like leading up, especially in the episode where he confronts Bruce and takes him to the theater, and then his parents and everything. Like, that whole episode, and that's where he pushes him in the vat. That's a phenomenal episode.
Can you just imagine how much better that finale would have been if they didn't have all those limitations?
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. You can actually see Batman.
Yeah, I mean, except for the last 10 seconds, because it was a body double the whole time until I think the very end they had David in the suit.
Yeah, and then there was behind the scene photos of that suit, and you can actually see more detail on some of it, which is ridiculous.
And I actually thought that the way they introduced Batman is kind of like true what they were doing with Gotham, which was focusing on Jim Gordon. So what Jim Gordon would see if he was looking for Batman is a freaking like you don't. It's
like you can't really see it.
Yeah,
it's like a shadow kind of.
Yeah, because it is from his perspective. Because you never see from Bruce's perspective the whole episode.
Nope.
And the only time you see him is when he's revealing himself to Jim. Yeah. When that's I didn't think about that, man. That changes my whole perspective.
And they showed one little bit to sorry, I know there was a question pop up. I'll just throw this
in
okay.
quick. No, go
they
for
showed
it.
A little bit from Bruce's perspective at the very end, like when not when it's zooming in and you see him up on the top, but when Harvey first sees him and then the camera switches, you see from behind Bruce, and then you can see Gordon, Harvey, and Alfred way down there in the distance. So that's, I think, the only time they switch angles like that.
It's a fair point, yeah, because you don't ever see from him. Because the only time you see you see like a glove, like on a desk or something. Yeah.
Or like that little silhouette in the chair when he's talking to Alfred.
Oh yeah. What advice would you give to an up-and-coming YouTuber? Well, I mean, as I tell anybody who asks, and I think it's a good advice in general, just make what you love. Make the content that you enjoy making. If you love talking about a particular type of movie, TV show, reactions, whatever, if you're having fun, then it will show on camera. If you're forcing it or making something you don't want to do, then people will be able to tell that this is not actually what you want to do. So,
and
whatever.
Go ahead.
No, go for it. No.
How I got 10K before I had to restart my channel is I would make content that I would love, but also knew that it would attract people.
Yeah. So if you do something that really helps in the algorithm or people will want to check out, then that's good. And then you can also experiment and do other stuff,
And I'm the smallest, channel out of all of us, but the thing that I really thought about, going into it was, I had to just do what I wanted, do what I knew I would enjoy, but also, and I tell this to people too, don't go into it thinking that you're going to make millions.
No. If you go in thinking, ooh, I want to make a lot of money, I'm going to quit my job. I've been at this 2014, and you would think I would be able to quit my job. No, I cannot. YouTube is not a guaranteed thing.
God, I just realized you're coming up on 10 years next year doing this.
I need a break. Give me a year off. Here's a good question from the Lightning Bolt. Do you think it's great for James Gunn to keep Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman? Well, it's not confirmed, but I don't think it's a good idea because we're supposed to reboot.
Well, yeah. But I did see his comment about a month ago where he answered a guy's question, if you're booting Henry Cavill, why don't you boot Gal Gadot? And he goes, where did this booting Gal Gadot come from?
It's a fair point because he did say that, and there's also other references of him saying we didn't get rid of Gal, or
I
like
should start saying Gal because I think I'm butchering her last name.
yeah. Well, it's weird because when people say Gal Gadot, Gal Gadot, like I don't know if I don't know if you're supposed to pronounce the T. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know, but I mean, like, he's already confirmed that we're keeping Viola Davis as Amanda Waller. He's already confirmed we're keeping Peacemaker, John Cena. But the thing is that it's going to dilute the product because even though, yes, Viola Davis was in your Suicide Squad movie, James Gunn, she was also in the one that was received horribly by a lot of people, the first one. And the thing is that when people see Peacemaker and Amanda Waller next to a rebooted Superman or anybody that's a new recast of a character before, people are going to question what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. And I think it's really going to leave a bad taste in people's mouths if the only people that James Gunn leaves behind is his side of DC. Like all the people from Peacemaker, the Suicide Squad, that would piss a lot of people off.
Yeah, and it's just going to be jarring because let's be honest, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman is a joke when it comes to her popping up in Shazam 2 and The Flash as her cameos. Because everyone's just like, really? That's all she's doing now is just cameos?
Not to mention her sequel didn't do very good.
No, it did not.
I think the reason why it didn't do well is because they released on streaming instead of the.
And it was at the height of the pandemic. But but the people who did see it, it wasn't received well. So even if it was as good as the first one and released at the worst possible time, it would still get the positive response, but it did not. So that's a problem. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. I mean, and besides, James Gunn can't really. I mean, he could say something, but right now there's a strike going on. There's other issues at play here. Like confirming or denying something right now is probably not the best idea.
Definitely.
So is he with SAG or against it?
I think he has to be with it because he's a writer. So I would assume, but I mean, his directing side is fine, but the writing side, I mean, because here's the thing. They could hypothetically start shooting Superman Legacy if the strike is not over, which that would be insane if it was not wrapped up. But there wouldn't be much he can do, and he also can't make changes. So he can direct anything he wants. He just can't write anything new. And what could he shoot exactly? There's no actors. I don't know. I would. He's in a weird position because he's also a studio executive too. So it's a weird. I don't know. I feel bad for him.
He's like a person on both sides, meaning like he's getting the money and also understands what is about to be underpaid.
Yeah. I don't know. Scott's question, Mr. Man Lois. So fall 2024, it's getting more and more likely.
I would say that's likely.
Because even if the strike was to end tomorrow for writers and actors, miraculously everybody's happy hunky-dory all skipping down the street. They also have to get the writers' room back together. Probably have to hire new writers, whatever the new deal is with the writers' rooms, because there's probably some sort of change in that. Then they're going to have to write all the scripts, and then they're going to have to get all the actors on a schedule and get them back on set. It's going to take a long time. So even if they were to wrap everything up tomorrow on August 10th, they probably won't be able to start shooting until October or November at the earliest. And then they're going to shoot all the way through until they're done. And you won't see an episode until summer at the earliest.
So when the writing for season 3 stopped, like they finished all the episodes, they don't go to season 4, or they just stop there.
They literally stopped at that point. Yeah. I don't think they were in. Because, since they didn't announce season 4 until literally right before season 3 concluded, that they didn't have the time to start up a season 4 writer's room. I'm guessing there's ideas and stuff noted down, but you can't write a script. So it's just kind of sitting there. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure they have stuff planned out so they can easily start working on the scripts with the showrunner and everything. But they got to confirm that even the writers can all come back, because who knows, whenever they sign the deal with, the WGA and the studios, what if they have to cut down how many writers? Or did they have to hire new writers because they've moved on to other stuff? Who knows?
And will Superman and Lois fall into the curse of the bad season 4s?
Oh god. So yeah, that and I'm gonna say a little bit of a hot opinion here. People can firebomb.
Hot take.
All
take. Let's do it. Hot take.
So I will say, so, a lot of the recent Arrowverse seasons that occurred within the last, I'd say, 2 or 3 years of it, a lot of those bad seasons make Arrow season 4 look decent.
I need to cool down.
I said
I would say that compared to Flash season 9 and Arrow season 4, I can agree with that.
Here's my counter to that.
I wasn't even just saying that one. Yeah,
there are some things in Flash season 9 that beat the shit out of the entirety of Arrow season 4.
Just episode 9.
That's
right?
true.
Episode
9 and 10.
9 and 10. 9 and 10 beat the shit out of that. And there's other moments. I'm not saying episodes, moments that are definitely good, but yeah. I still think Arrow season 4 is the complete dumpster fire that it is, because Arrow has already proven up to that point, without even including season 5 and past. But 1, 2, and 3 proved how good the show can be and how faulty it can be in season 3 with all the crying Felicity. But season 4, they literally just fell off into a dumpster that's on fire. And it's like, guys, and then they fixed it in season 5. They turned it around. So that's why I give it so much shit, because the show proved it can be good.
It's so weird with Arrow's quality when you look at it, because like across all 8 seasons, it goes great, bad, great, okay, and then ends at great.
It actually, I wanted Flash to have the same thing. Flash deserved to have a good final season, like Arrow did. Mm-hmm. And people say, well, Arrow got help because it was set in Crisis. No, that made it even harder, because they had to also set up Crisis and give us a good final season of the show. Mm-hmm. They had it even harder, because instead of going, let's just bring everybody back, let's find a way to interconnect, they also had to set up the Monitor, Crisis. They had to do all this setup on top of giving us a final season that made sense.
And then set up a backdoor pilot that never happened.
I would say if I was to rewrite the Flash season 9, I would not even have 6, 7, or 8 in there.
Oh, the episodes? Oh, well, that's budget. That's budget. I would definitely rework the Red Death arc. Like, I understand Javicia Leslie could not be there for all 5 episodes, and that's fine. You don't need to. But you have Red Death fight Barry at least twice before it's revealed that it's, Ryan at the end of episode 3. Because instead they just have, let's just have the new rogues. Like, no, it's not, I get it, sure, but like once Red Death is unfazed, maybe not even have that in the storyline. Have Red Death go after Barry and beat the crap out of him, because he's not prepared for it. And I
would split it up to where the first 1 through 6 or 7 would be Red Death, and then 8 through the rest would be a setup to the Malcolm Thon
Cobalt Blue thing.
Yeah, Cobalt Blue.
So I had a similar thing, but because I actually didn't think about this. I say that the amount of episodes in the Red Death arc was an appropriate amount. It just didn't focus on Red Death enough.
Yeah.
And I would say that those 5 episodes work, and then I hate this concept, but have episode 6 be the only interlude episode in that whole season
without Becky Sharp, hopefully.
Yeah. So,
please God, no.
So essentially, in an ideal, in an ideal setting, 6, 7, 8 are gone, and then the Oliver episode is the only interlude one. And then
there you go.
The ending of it, they have the the Cobalt Blue story, and then flip it a little bit to where the very last episode was essentially what we got in 9/10 after Cobalt Blue was wrapped up.
I also hate when the interludes don't really tie into the big overall story. It's just a standalone. I really do not like that. Like for me, I would think there would be little breadcrumbs of what's coming.
Yeah.
In the episodes.
Instead,
we get like Becky Sharp.
I never liked where I thought this would be a good idea originally, where they like split 2 or 3 arcs into a season, but then maybe it could have been written better, but so much of the stuff just got so little development.
That's true. There's some storylines I think that they did well, like in terms of like the Deathstorm arc. I feel like overall was good, especially the design. I couldn't believe how good Deathstorm actually looked.
I think the only thing that was disappointing on that one for me was how it ended. I really liked the build up to it, but the ending could have used some work. Although I did get a laugh at the Metallica scene.
That was good though. The Metallica stuff. It's so good. Do any of you guys use iMovie? I'm guessing that's the Apple product.
No.
I don't.
I use Filmora 12.
And I use Camtasia.
There you go. So I don't know. Maybe iMovie is good.
Is user friendly though.
Okay.
I'll say that much. I don't do Sony Vegas Pro.
I saw a post saying that Secret Invasion has proven the Marvel Cinematic Universe has entered its flop era. It's kind of hard to say that when literally we just had Guardians 3 that crushed it. You can also say Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania wasn't that good. Then again, I think after you get past Endgame, after Endgame, it's a mixed bag. That's what it is.
The Phase 4 is really polarizing.
I think Shang-Chi was good. Black Widow was it was like she was dead. Why?
That should have happened like 5 years before it did.
Yeah, that movie should have been within like Phase 3.
Yeah. Or it should have been one where Black Widow's not really dead. And make it to where it makes sense that she's not dead. Then that would be okay.
But then again, they're like, hey, we got to set up the new Black Widow, Yelena. I get that. But if you weren't prepared to do Yelena, then just do a Black Widow movie with Scarlet before her death in Endgame. Then do a kind of hybrid of a flashback in current day with Yelena. And then you have Natasha back in the flashbacks. But then you have present day Yelena coming to the understanding and realizing that her sister's dead. And then setting up, her appearance in Hawkeye or whatever is going to be heading down the road for her. Because clearly she's heading that way with blaming Clint, which I thought was good at the end of Black Widow, but it's like it gets resolved pretty quickly.
Yeah, that resolution did feel a little bit rushed, I will admit. I liked her appearances in Hawkeye, I really did.
Oh yeah.
And like she just that actress Florence Pugh just is really charming in that role, so it's always nice to see her. But I don't know. I feel like that could have been maybe lingered on a little bit more so it had more impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, her and Kate Bishop, those scenes were really good.
Yeah, they're talking about, that kick was really good. When you threw me on the ground, that was really good, but it hurt like hell.
when I think my favorite part of the whole interaction was when Yelena just gets sacked and then has the shocked expression on her face, looks at Kate. What was that?
And then my favorite one is when she moves all the elevator buttons on. It's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. How rude.
I'm going to show this. It's the GIF version because I don't know if I can play the actual video audio. But my favorite part is when she's introduced. When the bottle gets thrown.
Catches the bottle, yeah.
I love that. I love that so much because she's so serious and all of a sudden they're like, hi.
Yeah. But the thing that gets me too is whenever Kate is in there and she goes, do you really want me to eat dinner with you after you tried to kill me? And the look of pure offense on Yelena's face, she goes, I didn't try to kill you. I'm too good at that.
Yeah, because she would have done it if she wanted to.
Yeah.
Because Kate was not prepared for this. Kate's been thrown in the middle of all this nonsense because of her mom. And then come to find out, oh, by the way, Kingpin's here.
I will say it was kind of a nice tie. This was probably intentional. Whenever, because I think the episode that had Yelena in it actually came out the same week that No Way Home did. So they reference, hey, the new Statue of Liberty, and then they show it in the movie. So I think
and also
that
too, in the post-credit scene, or no, at the ending of the movie, Spider-Man, he's going down to where the final showdown is. We're like, oh, he's gonna pop a Hawkeye. I'm like, guys, if they get Tom Holland in a contract to show up in a TV show, why would they not promote it?
Yeah.
because that's going to get so many people tuning in to see Spider-Man in a Disney Plus. Plus, Sony have to sign off on it, and they would promote it. That's money.
Yeah.
That is like insane.
And this would be a first that an actual Spider-Man is in a TV show since 19 whatever.
Yeah,
back
and
since the 70s.
and,
Yeah.
and if Amazon can continue down the road with Sony, we're going to be seeing Silk. We're going to be seeing Spider-Man Noir.
Yeah.
Noir. Which, if they do not actually make if they try to alter the Noir suit and don't give him that long trench coat and the fedora, I'm going to be so frustrated because he has to look that way. He has to. It's the era. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And if there isn't a Spider-Ham who looks like a freaking pig,
Oh my god! they should bring. Well, I think it's called Silk Spider Society. I think. So they may be
called.
Yeah, I think they may be tying it into the Spider-Verse. I think.
Well, as long as they use whatever CG budget they have better than the Flash did, I think we'd be fine.
I'm pretty sure Amazon will give them a pretty good budget, and they're going to market the hell out of it. We have a spider character in live action. Scott has a super chat here. I'm curious what you guys think. So there technically is 3 Star Wars canons. Scott, if you're still here, can you please enlighten us on what these 3 canons are? Because more than likely, they're not 3 canons. There's 1 canon, and then there's the Elseworlds Legends canon, which is also screwed up because there's things in the Elseworld Legends that contradicts other things. Because at one point in the continuity of the Legends, a moon crash lands into Chewbacca and kills him. So I don't...
Trying to separate the animation from the live action?
Disney Legends Lucas. Well, no, you're wrong, Scott. I'm sorry. Lucas and Disney are one and the same. It is the same continuity. I know that I think you're someone who does not like the sequel trilogy, and that's fine. I'm not saying you have to because they were not planned. It was a disaster. However, the Disney era is canon. Why? Because they own Lucasfilm. They own Star Wars. So you cannot say it's not canon. It is. In the legality sense. If you're in your heart, you're like, no, what Lucas made, that's the canon. That's fine. But in legal sense, Disney paid $4 billion for Star Wars.
Yeah.
So they have a legal right to say you are wrong.
If the mouse says it's so, it's so.
The mouse will show up at your house if you don't want that.
No.
So, speaking of the Star Wars, which are you looking forward to? The Dawn of the Jedi, the First Jedi, the sequel to the sequel, or the ones that don't even have a episode?
The Mando film?
No, I think what's his name? The director of Thor 2. No, Thor 3.
Taika Waititi.
Yeah, he's going to do like a trilogy or Star Wars film, and then there's like Star Wars Squadron, and then there's
the Squadron was postponed unless they get Patty Jenkins to come back and do Rogue Squadron. Out of the 3 that was announced at Star Wars Celebration this year, with the Rey sequel film, which I don't know how they're going to make it where she's 15 years older. I don't know how that's going to work because she looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
James Mangold doing a Origin of the Jedi, or Dave Filoni's basically wrap up of the Mandoverse with presumably Ahsoka and Din Mandalorian and Grogu, hopefully Bo-Katan, maybe Luke, all that going after Thrawn. I mean, that's the one. That's like so many things at once.
There's going to be a Mandalorian film.
Yes. Dave Filoni, who co-created Ahsoka with George Lucas, of course, was working on the Clone Wars, all that fun stuff. He's directing a Mandoverse film, which we presume it's going to wrap up the Thrawn arc because the title apparently is Heir to the Empire.
I will say the thing that interests me the most out of those, even though I am excited for what they're going to do with Mandoverse, but the what is it called? Dawn of the Jedi that James Mangold is doing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm curious to see how that's going to go. I mean, just looking at James Mangold's past filmography, how he's handled, Marvel films like The Wolverine and Logan and, the upcoming Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see, because he has a very distinct style in his movies.
Mhm.
And I'm just curious to see how they're going to make that shine in the Star Wars universe. Like, what could he do when he's given that, that sci-fi sandbox to play in? So I'm definitely curious to see what could come out of it.
And wasn't Ryan Johnson also tied to do a trilogy Star
Yeah,
Wars?
that was scrapped because he's busy doing
Thank
his. Yeah, he's busy doing his what is it? A Knives Out
Not
or
Knives Out.
whatever
Yeah,
movies, which I've not seen either of them. I hear they're good.
I
I've
haven't.
not seen them.
I haven't. Yeah.
But based on what you're talking about, James Mangold, the reason why I'm really excited for Swamp Thing is because of what he did, especially with Logan, that hard R. I don't think Swamp Thing's gonna be R rated, but it could.
Could be.
This is a new era of DC. Yeah. So who's to say that we can't get an R-rated Swamp Thing within the continuity? Because I'm actually surprised that the Batman was not rated R for Matt Reeves. It's Elseworlds, but I'm surprised that they didn't push for it.
Yeah.
But it was pretty damn close at times.
Yeah, I mean, I would be curious to see what a full-on R-rated Batman movie would be like. Because yes, you had the Ultimate Cut of BVS and Zack Snyder's Justice League, which both had R ratings, but those weren't Batman-centric. Well, I mean, yes, Batman wasn't half the title of one of them, but still, they weren't all about him.
I would think the R-rated would be like a Ben Affleck on steroids. Like throwing up, like instead of like where he threw the crate at someone, you would actually see the head explode.
Yeah, that's still. I mean, even after watching The Flash and seeing that Keaton fight scene and thinking, wow, this is cool. I still think the best Batman action sequence goes to the warehouse.
Oh yeah, I mean, this him doing a pile drive on somebody like the Rockwood and it's like, oh my god, and the guy's screaming the whole time. He's like, I'm dead. I'm dead.
It would be like Titans actually, because that technically was an RA where he like grinded the guy's face on the side of a door.
Mm-hmm. The only difference is you would see him in the Batman suit.
Exactly. They hit him in the dark. They didn't actually have an insignia on his chest. It was like buckles or something. It's not even really a thing because they weren't showing it.
So many of these costumes in DC TV, why did so many of them have buckles?
Well, it's because because they weren't really technically making a bat suit. It was just supposed to be hidden in the shadows, and so.
And Ben Affleck actually first said not a cuss word, but he first said shit on as a Batman. He's like,
and then he said, "Fuck."
He actually did.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like what the fuck to Clark when he lands or whatever. It's like
Joker.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, and trust me, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah.
Okay, he's angry. That is a after he quit and came back. Ben is like, all right, I'll say it. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah, like if he got driven to that point again, then you're done for.
Oh yeah, because I mean he's living in a post-apocalyptic timeline where Darkseid took over with Superman by his side. I mean he has to be back at that point, like where I hate everything because everything's gone. Alfred's dead. Everybody's gone.
Yeah,
I would say that I wasn't too keen on him at first until I watched it, and he blew me away. Like pretty much Robert Pattinson. I wasn't too keen on him being Batman either until I saw the movie. I was thinking, Daredevil. Do I really want him to dress as a bat?
And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and defend Daredevil. At least the director's cut I'll defend. That's actually a good movie.
Yeah, definitely a longer cut, and it's definitely more streamlined.
Yeah. And I always kind of split that movie into two sides. You have so the good side, you have Ben Affleck and Michael Clark Duncan. Bad side, Colin Farrell and Jennifer Garner. Even split.
Everyone's saying, is Colin Farrell going to come back as Bullseye? No, he's not going to come back at Deadpool 3. Can you imagine?
And they're just, the rumor mill on the internet is just going wild. It's saying, James Marsden, Scott Summers going to pop up in Deadpool 3? Is Famke Jensen going to pop up in Deadpool 3? It's
might as well. Everybody, just everybody. Yeah,
it's like,
the original X-Men. Yes. Now. Oh yeah, give the original X-Men another chance to be in the movies because I love Days of Future Past.
Oh yeah,
but man, they were barely in the movie. Like, they had that cool opening scene, and then they had that fight where they all were dying left, right. I'm like, guys, you're supposed to.
I wish we could have
They
seen
even
more of
had
that
cameo of the closed door. Like
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I like that. I wish we could have seen more of that future team that they established at the beginning of Future Past. Blink,
Exactly.
Bishop, Warpath,
Yes.
Sunspot. I think.
Yeah, because they were setting them all up.
Yeah, and personally, in me, I really like Bishop as a character, so that would have been cool to see. But then, nope. That was the snap before the snap.
We did get some great moments of, like, especially when Magneto and Professor X, like they think they're going to die, and so they're having this conversation and everything, and like that was a great little moment because I'm like, oh my god, like these guys have been like at each other's throats for so long, and then they finally have this moment of peace. And the one thing I wish they would have addressed, either you don't have to show them in the school, but at least reference where's Magneto when the timeline's fixed. Like when things go back to normal and Logan wakes up and everything's fine. There's Beast. Everybody's great. He's a teacher.
Didn't they imply that in the timeline that they erased, like in between X-Men 3 and Future Past, did they not imply that Beast died at some point?
I don't think they did, but I'm assuming he's dead since he's not there.
Yeah, because I mean, this might have just been Logan being Logan, but Hank was like, hey, do I make it in the future? And then Logan said no. I thought it could have just been, him being Logan, but it might have also been true. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if the tie-in for WandaVision with Ralph Boner comes into play on Deadpool 3?
Oh my god, that would be hilarious, right? Like. Ralph, aka Quicksilver, has been sent in as a decoy to mess with check out this new MCU timeline.
Yeah. All I would say if they do that is don't make it like a major play thing, because 1/3 to half of the audience won't know what that is.
That's true, because there's people who probably not even seen it.
Yeah. Well, I'm a true MCU fan, so I watch them all.
If you care about Scarlet Witch is going to be a villain again in the Midnight Suns movie. Well, Midnight Suns is not a real thing.
It's not. Nope.
It's not confirmed. Is there a Midnight Suns movie development? Maybe. Probably not.
Isn't Scarlet Witch like the only one that didn't that actually got her way and didn't get defeated on her own?
Yes.
Yeah.
So also, too, we haven't set up Blade. We don't have Ghost Rider. How the fuck? And we don't have a Wolverine or any of these like characters that would be in Midnight Suns. What's the movie?
Wouldn't Robbie Reyes be Ghost Rider?
Yes,
because he's the MCU season 4.
Mm-hmm. But guys, if this info right here comes from We Got This Covered, then it has to be true, right?
Has to be. If it comes from Randolph of the Grace variety, then it definitely is true. 10 out of 10.
Hey, I still have my badge of honor.
Who is this? We Got This Covered. I've never heard of him before.
Never heard of him. Sounds like a great guy, though.
Sounds like a fake one.
I need a new job. Are you guys looking for people to give you bullshit? I can give you a lot of bullshit. See, if it would make sense for the original X-Men to show up in Deadpool 3, it did not make sense that they were rumored to show up in Doctor Strange. That's true. Then again, there was points Doctor Strange, Multiverse Madness was going to have so many people in it. And it's like, what is this? It's turning into a Marvel cinematic, just like clusterfuck.
Yeah, I think
it's not a Doctor
Strange. I think that's why so many people were disappointed with the movie, and that's ridiculous to me, because they went in expecting Cameo-Palooza, but here's the thing: the movie never promised to be a Cameo-Palooza,
and they don't have the budget for all that crap. They're supposed to say, "Oh, they're gonna get Edward Norton back." God, no, guys,
no.
You understand? Like when you start referencing, they're gonna get Hugh Jackman, they're gonna get Fonka, they're gonna get Edward Norton, they're gonna get the original the Fantastic Four cast from the mid-2000s. You know how much money that's gonna cost them? Like when it came out that they had shot a cameo for Henry Cavill for The Flash for $250,000 and they didn't use it, that pretty much tells you right now that was just for one little quick scene. With all the rumors and shit, these people are going to be in multiple fights. They're going to be on screen for a while. At that point, it's not a Doctor Strange movie.
Nope.
It's a multiverse mayhem movie or whatever it's called. It's called Doctor Strange: The Multiverse and nothing else. It just wouldn't make any sense.
You
Plus,
don't even really need the pre-title at that point because it's not a Strange movie anymore.
The movie would probably have to make over $1 billion to break even if it was true of all the people that we're going to have and all the CG effects.
I would say that if it's the multiverse saga, I would say the Avengers movies at the end are the ones that you are going to look for a cameo.
Yeah. Secret Wars, which is rumored now to be a 2-part split film. That's where you're going to be seeing your cameos.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the King Dynasty, but not really. Secret Wars is your bet.
Yeah, I would, and I honestly wonder too. Going back on that Doctor Strange thing for a moment, if they had never revealed that Patrick Stewart was going to be in that movie in one of the trailers, I wonder if all the expectations for cameos would have gotten as high as they did.
That's a fair point, because after they revealed him in that second trailer, that blew up the internet. Everyone's freaking out.
As soon as he died, I was like, he's not the real Xavier.
It's not really him.
Although the nostalgia buttons inside me definitely clicked when he came out in that hover chair and the 90s theme was playing. What's so sad too is so I used to watch that cartoon a lot with my dad when I was growing up, and we were like two of the only people in the theater that caught that nod, and also all the Bruce Campbell Evil Dead nods, and it just made us feel kind of sad.
The smartest man in existence.
Yeah.
Tell someone that he's going to open his mouth and kill you.
What mouth? What mouth? And it's so weird to see him because he does a kick-ass job on Star Trek Stranger Worlds.
Yeah.
To see Anson Mount. I first remembered I still have to write my review up for tomorrow for the finale. Oops. I haven't done that yet. I started it, but I didn't finish it. Fuck. I'm like over halfway. It's fine. Are you guys watching Stranger Worlds? No?
No.
Okay.
I'm not a huge Star Trek fan. I am a huge...
It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh
I'm a huge reboot one.
They actually do something in tomorrow's episode that's amazing. I didn't expect them to do it, and they actually did it. I'm so happy.
I would try to get back into Star Trek.
I think you enjoy this show. There are some throwbacks, like callbacks to previous stuff. Obviously, with the timeline of the show, it makes sense to the original series. But it's a good time. It's good.
I haven't seen any Star Trek property since the what was the movie? Was it Beyond? Was that the one?
Yeah, Star Trek Beyond.
Yeah, that's the last one I saw.
So what you're saying is you want me to kick you out of the down the road X-Men Evolution season 1 discussion? Just make sure you can't be there. Yeah, we're gonna start like, so what do you think about Magneto? Well, I really like done. Oh, God.
I tried watching the first movie ever, and I'm like, there's a freaking line. I can see it.
Oh yeah, and God, I remember too. Speaking of Star Trek, I remember how weird it was thinking when, God, what's his name from Next Generation? What's the actor's name? I'm forgetting.
Sure.
No, he popped up in the damn Crisis.
Crisis. Oh, Will Wheaton.
Yeah, I remember seeing him. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
That was my question, dude. Like, what the hell's Will Wheaton doing here?
Yeah.
It's like, Will Wheaton could pop up on Crisis, but he can't pop up in a Star Trek show? Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's like, come on, it probably, and let's be honest, they probably paid him like $100 for the Crisis cameo.
Probably. But it's like he pops in Crisis. You have to do Star Trek Picard season 3, and it's like a reunion of the original, cast from the Next Generation. And okay. I guess whatever.
I would be curious about this. I want to pose this out there, by the way, to everyone who gave the Crisis cameos a lot of flack back when they first came out. Compare those to the cameos of the Flash movie, which had
it's night and day. It's night and day. So
you may give this a lot of flack before, but it's so much better than what just came out.
That's the beauty of time, because before. When we're watching Crisis when it's actually live, we're like, oh my God, this is insane. They're actually being homage to everything. And then when you're done, some people are like, the story wasn't the best, but they had all these cameos. But then that was also distracting for people saying, hey, they wasted all their money on cameos. The Flash movie comes out a couple years later and goes, oh, so they're doing what Crisis did, except worse, because these cameos make no sense. Yet the actual Crisis cameos. Where was Spectre? Where was the Spectre?
Yeah.
You know,
He literally said if the worlds are ending, he has to be involved.
I'm wondering if it's because before too much damage occurred, that Barry stopped it, because it wasn't like those worlds got erased. It was just they were like the fabric of space and time was expanding, and they were. And here's the thing: okay, if you're Superman and you're Supergirl with Christopher Reeve and Helen Slater, and then you're Nick Cage Superman, and something breaks in the space-time continuum, and you're able to see through portals, are you just going to stare at it? Are you just going to look at it? No, you're not. You're going to be like, what do I need to do here?
You're not just going to pop your head in and then go back.
Yeah, there's like staring stoically.
Wouldn't he appear in the animation too? Because it's a Crisis on Infinite Earths again.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah,
I don't. It's just confusing because it's like if you think about the story point of it, like we have Ezra's Flash say these worlds are being affected. We didn't see any of that. All we saw was a little break in the reality, but nothing occurred. It wasn't like their worlds were being destroyed. It wasn't like their whole worlds were being flipped upside down. It was just like, oh, there's this little hole and they can just see through, and they can see other worlds through a little portal, and they're just staring. And it doesn't make any sense. With the Crisis cameos, their worlds were being obliterated in front of our eyes. Like, yeah, did they really need a 30-second cameo from Birds of Prey? No. But their world was completely obliterated within 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that they didn't show the destruction of Smallville. I would have hated that.
They should have done it just to mess with you. But they ended on a happy note. That's the one of the few times they ended on a happy note. They go into the house together, but the world was destroyed and then brought back. But it's like they don't show that. I guess that was in the contract. You can't show the world being destroyed.
And then
I'll come back.
And
the Crisis Aftermath, they confirmed that.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if this was ever confirmed. I would have liked to have seen how it turned out. So you remember when they showed the Aftermath in the new multiverse, and how some universes were almost the same but a little bit different, like with Brandon Routh's. Yep. I would have liked if they showed maybe a little less dark version of Kevin Conroy's Earth to see if there was maybe a little bit of more hope on that one.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a new version of that one to where maybe
I would
and because of the whole Earth 99 thing, and the 99 was completely a Batman Beyond reference. I would have liked to have seen, like maybe him as an old Bruce Wayne with the young Terry. That would have been great.
I would have liked them to actually confirm that this crisis happened before Smallville. So at the end, they would show like him ripping his shirt open and going into
just again.
Yeah.
They just reused the shot again. Like, who cares, right? Who cares?
Yeah.
It's like when they used.
They would have done that though.
It's like they reused scrapped season 1, original Titan season 1 finale of Robin and Hawk. They're just like staring at. Yeah, they're not actually looking at anything. They're just staring off camera.
Yeah,
the one gets obliterated.
Yeah, and then they did that too with later in Titans when they showed that multiverse scene. Like they didn't actually do any new footage. They just pulled that scene of Grant from Flash and then threw it in there.
And I wish, speaking of Grant, I wish they would like nod or something, reference it in the Flash movie that he went and saw and got his name from the Flash, Grant Gustin, because he was in Crisis.
Yeah,
he's like a little nod.
And in Justice League, he was never referred to as the Flash. So in either version, so
it had to be after. Yeah.
Speaking of the Justice League, like he time traveled in the Justice League, Zack Snyder's, both of them. Justice League and Zack Snyder's, and then he didn't know that he time traveled in this one.
Did he time travel in the Whedon cut?
He went back a day.
Did he?
Yeah, he went when the world was being ending, in the Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Yeah, but the Whedon cut did the same thing.
Yeah, I don't remember the Whedon cut him time traveling.
Yeah,
he went through the portal and says, Lois is the key.
That's in BVS, and that's like way in the future.
And
that's after all this.
It went back again to the Justice League. Like he saw the same thing again. It was in both.
I don't think in the Whedon cut he traveled.
Confused.
I don't think in the Whedon cut he time travel because
I
that's a
think
whole
so.
new thing that Snyder did. Unless, wait, I'm trying to think.
I haven't seen the Whedon cut in so many years.
I haven't either. I'm looking at the Wikipedia. Hold on a second.
Remember when Superman was dead and he had to change his mind? He had to bring Lois back. That was because they had to reference
Lois
back.
is the key.
Yeah,
Okay. Was it towards the end?
it was towards Superman's resurrection.
Oh, where he like? Are you talking about where he kind of like broke the reality barrier when they were resurrecting him and when he touched the mother box?
Oh
No, it was after that.
Okay,
Before that, sorry.
Superman calms down and leaves. Okay, where's memories come back? Last small box. Oh, hello, sir. Welcome.
Welcome.
I'm really late.
Yes, no, that's fine. What's up, man? What's up?
Come on, man.
It took me a little bit longer. I went to McDonald's on my way home, so I'm.
What'd you
Pretty
get? I
much
need to
so,
know.
so.
What'd you get?
Not a Grimace shake. I don't even know if they have those anymore.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Did you get the Batman Returns meal?
Wait, was
Do you remember those?
Yeah. I was gonna say that if they had them again, I would absolutely get a Batman Returns meal.
There was so much Diet Coke promos with that movie.
I just realized that we have the reverse. Like I have a Superman one and you have a Flash one.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
my
cool.
Flash one is this big, and there's only one color.
Copycat.
I could do all kinds of fun stuff with this one.
So can I do this one?
He's just like, I'm not like Eric's Reloaded at all. You might say I'm the reverse.
You might say. That's funny.
Oh God.
How you doing, Eric? How you doing, man?
I'm good. My internet's been like completely screwed up for the last 2 days. I haven't been able to really do anything. I have Verizon Fios, and there was an issue on Monday where the internet was completely down 100% for like almost a whole day. So I had to use my phone for everything, and for uploading it's slow, but you can't stream. It's too slow to stream like through OBS or anything. And then yesterday it was acting up where it was like sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And then today is the first day I think that you've had like normal internet. So I was like, this is the guinea pig stream. This is my first stream. Since I started working again. So
I will give everyone aneurysm again. I have Cox again. So everyone just like looks at me, I'm like, it's good here. It's not.
I
good
had them for
years
and years and years, and they kept raising the price to the point where I couldn't afford it anymore. It was like
it's
I
like
couldn't.
$30 for $250 right now.
What?
For me.
Yeah, for me it was like hundreds of dollars for internet. I was like, I'm not doing this.
I'm not that
anymore.
rich.
Yeah.
$69.99.
Like honestly, the package that we had for years with Cox was like $340 a month for TV and internet, and it like was just way too expensive. So I switched to Fios, and now I get Fios. I'm locked in for like 3 years for like $170 or something. So the minute it goes up on Fios, I'm going to call Cox and be like, "Hey, brand new customer, what kind of deals do you have for the next couple of years or whatever?"
Just keep
I will
jumping
say
back and forth whenever
there's
it raises.
I will say off the screen of how you can get by without it. You don't
That's
need
funny.
TV.
I mean, yeah, 'cause I used to watch stuff live. Now I've cut that completely. And
Used to watch what?
I cut live TV completely.
Oh,
because
right.
So when Superman Lois was done, I'm like, I'm done. Because I only used it for the Arrowverse stuff. And then you come to find out when I called to cancel, first of all, the woman just kept trying to sell me on stuff. Like, hey, we can give you a better deal. Like, basically, we can give you TV for free. I'm like, no, like, I don't want it. They said, oh, by the way, we have this deal. And it's only if you call. They never promote this. You can actually put a pause on your live TV so you don't have to keep paying for it if you're not using it at a time. I'm like, okay.
But it's still like it costs money to pause it too.
You were just done with all those baseball games.
Yeah, I was so done because that baseball kept playing when I was supposed to be watching my show.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm actually a pretty big baseball fan, but whenever it's trying to get in the way of something I'm seeing, that's when it irritates me.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah,
don't
the
get
only
it.
thing I was watching on live has been Arrowverse. Like honestly,
Yeah.
when I would turn my TV back on, it was always on the CW because that was the channel that I always left it on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I pretty much as soon as Superman and Lois ends, I'm just pretty much gonna get rid of the CW app.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, I'm just gonna be watching the show live next day when it comes back. Whenever it comes back.
Yeah, whenever.
Whenever at this point.
Look, I have a feeling it's going to be at least a year before we see that show again.
Yeah.
And if they wait till 2025 to bring it back, then it's going to be a pretty big year for Superman because, I mean,
The show,
assuming that nothing goes wrong, then you have the movie. Which, by the way, I wanted to ask you guys something if we want to do a little bit of a segue.
Go for it.
Who do you guys think? So you guys throw yours out there, and then I'll throw my kind of out there one. Who do you think is the most likely to be Superman Legacy's villain?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's. I mean, I'm going to throw this out there because I don't know if it's rumored, but I would say Metallo. Something a little different because people are going to say Lex. I think Lex is going to be in the movie. But I think Metallo. People are saying, the villain is Brainiac. I don't know. I feel like Brainiac's too soon.
Yeah, Brainiac is way too soon. Also, Lex is way too soon.
Yeah.
I would probably say either Lobo and Parasite.
Okay.
Like kind of like to tie in the Tomorrowverse, kind of like that, but totally different.
Makes sense.
I think it might be Parasite because Parasite is also an enemy of the Terrifics, and I think they're trying to set up the Terrifics in this movie.
Okay.
That's a good point. Okay.
And so I think they might connect the two together and make that sort of like the determining thing between Superman and the Terrifics, kind of.
It's interesting.
Because I actually think the Terrifics are going to be a team in the movie, like functioning as a superhero team.
Yeah.
And something they're facing off against is going to need Superman's help somehow, some way.
And they already have like pretty much everyone except for like 2 characters, right?
Yeah. And I'm assuming we'll get that casting soon if they're going that route with Terrifics.
Yeah.
Like they'll announce who's playing them.
So as my kind of out there one, so because there's so many heroes that they're showing in this movie, you have Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, and then you have Superman, who's a 5th one. Having all those heroes, that seems like a prime time to have the villain be a Mazo.
Yeah, I can see.
So you can have like you can have him adapting, so like each one beats him, and then he adapts to their abilities, and then it keeps getting harder and harder, and then like say Lex is the one who set the whole thing up and ordered it. He could be the behind the scenes one, but the big physical threat of the villain or of the movie I feel like a Mazo would work because I mean they did it in live action back in the Elseworlds crossover where he kept adapting to all their different abilities and they showed that it can work. So with a high budget movie like this, if you're going to introduce this many characters, then I feel like that would be one of the best threats to go against them.
Mm-hmm. I would say he's more of a Justice League threat because he can copy every single Justice League member. If he copies everyone that in that movie, the only thing that's powerful is Superman. So the rest would be irrelevant.
I guess it would depend on how strong Hawkgirl is in this continuity and Guy Gardner's Green Lantern.
Okay, so that brings up a good question. Also, what would you like the power levels to be in terms of these characters? Because like if you look at the comics and the animated series, I would say Hawkman and Hawkgirl are like right below like a Kryptonian in terms of like they're just their power level. Which puts her somewhere around the range of like an Amazonian, like around like a Wonder Woman type strength level. Do you think they're going to do something like that, or is she just going to be like a super soldier type powerful? You know what I mean?
I would prefer the Thanagarian route. I think that makes sense because I mean, if the Gal rumor is true or not, if she's going to continue or keep as the character, I think you need to also like raise up these other lesser known characters that haven't really got that haven't either never been in live action, or if they have, it's not been in the capacity like this. Because last time we saw Hawkgirl was in, of course, the Arrowverse, and people see it as a joke, and it wasn't received well overall when you look at all they did with her.
But in the cartoon, she's badass. Like,
So I think in the fact that James Gunn has said he is inspired by the Justice League animated show. That tells me that he's probably going to go the route of her being a Thanagarian, and I also won't be surprised too if Wally West is our Flash.
I believe
that's really what I would like to happen.
Yeah,
I believe they're going to also dye her hair red, like in the
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
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 And
I can almost see it too. Can you say hot girl in Spanish?
oh God, yeah, because poor good God. Um, yeah, it really got me thinking too. Because you just brought it up with Wally West. Flash is a character they've been very vague on as far as
Yeah.
what's happening. Like I think there hasn't even been any real hints. I think someone tweeted to James saying, "Hey, did you like Mark Waid's Flash run, which has happened to feature Wally as the main Flash?" And Gunn actually replied saying he did, but that's I think the only mention of Flash that has ever been had, and that's
I think there's a little bit of
it's nowhere near a hint.
soil on the Flash right now. I think with everything that happened with the movie,
Yeah.
I'll be lucky. Look, I feel like as fans, I'd be happy to know that he's just thinking about the Flash, because at this point we might not see a Flash for another like 4 or 5 years, most likely.
I kind of want a Johnny Quick, and to play him, I think would be a perfect one is Michael Rosenbaum, just to introduce the DC version of the Flash, like Wally or Bart, one of the two.
I mean,
Okay.
it's possible.
How would y'all feel about like a JSA Elseworlds movie? Like
Oh,
just
yes.
like an Earth
Oh, yeah.
2 JSA movie or something.
Oh
like
yeah.
that.
I mean, I look back on what they did with what was it called? Oh God. They looked at that in the Tomorrowverse, the Just Society
Yeah.
World War II. That was a phenomenal. Like I
Yeah.
really enjoyed that movie. So I feel like
Like
yeah,
Adam
dude,
did too.
yeah, like yeah, and I think they could do it better.
Are we bringing Dwayne Johnson back or no?
Oh no,
No.
Hierarchy
no.
of power
And
is definitely going to change.
It's same thing with the Stranger saying that we're keeping actors. I don't want them to keep actors. I
Yeah.
want them to reboot completely. I feel like this whole mindset of only like keeping some and not keeping others is. I think it's gonna hurt
Yeah,
the reboot. It's gonna
That's
hurt
a good
this
question.
continuity.
The
If you're
whole
rebooting-
Gal Gadot news was polarizing. How do we feel about that?
I don't want her. I like her. I
Yeah.
like Gal. I like Gal's Wonder Woman.
But if
But
you're
now-
rebooting, it needs to be a complete clean slate.
Yeah,
But
and the thing
who-
is that
Who could be her?
I don't know.
I don't know.
mean,
Like we're all
But-
drawing a blank.
but Gal is like right now. Gal is seen as a joke in a sense because her last movie released in the pandemic. But regardless, when the movie came out, when it did, it wasn't that it didn't perform well. People just didn't like it.
Yeah.
People were crapping on it. And then now her last two appearances, Shazam 2, it just comes out of nowhere. And then, of course, they promote it before the movie comes out, so it kind of hurts the whole surprise. And in The Flash, people see it as just another random makes no sense appearance.
Yeah, and I always hate whenever they do this. To get on that scene for a second, whenever they go for that low hanging fruit with someone's being attached to the lasso and then spilling their guts out, that always.
I mean,
annoyed me.
it happened with
Yeah.
Jason Momoa. Like
Yeah.
it's we've already done that joke before.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
it like Batman Sinner Desire. I'm like, we get he's
Yeah.
And they
like-
have to play the theme every single time. Now it's like, I like the theme,
yeah.
but I'm tired of hearing it.
and
Because they
Especially considering in Zack Snyder's Justice League, every time Wonder Woman did anything, you would hear her theme in the background.
That yelling
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
what was the point of him telling us about the Flash just touching his thing? I'm like, and it's like, I know what it is, but I never experienced it. I'm like,
Yeah, God. Ugh.
no one asked you that question.
Well, that's the other thing is that is a lot of times when it comes to movies, there's like things that we're supposed to just understand as fans. Like we're like watching the movie and go, oh, this happened because of this. And they don't tell us or whatever. But with the lasso, like it's a very specific thing that it does. So does it mean now that anybody that's touching somebody who's touching the lasso, they also just blurt out the truth? I mean,
I guess.
is that how
I
that
mean,
works?
Who knows?
It's what Andy wanted, I guess. It's what I don't know because we've not seen that before. As far as
Yeah.
I know, it's always if you're touched by the lasso, then it affects you. But if you're
Right.
touching someone who is, that's never actually happened before. As far as I know,
Remember
like,
when
can you guys
the guy
imagine
was
if whenever
dangling on
she-
the
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
when the guy was dangling on the lasso and he was like, and she pulled him up and says, "Where's the bomb?"
yeah,
That was an idea of what the lasso truly can do. But
Yes.
what they did with Batman and Jason Momoa and Flash, that's not what it can do. They have to be asked the question.
Can you guys just imagine if whenever during the ending of BVS, whenever Wonder Woman had the lasso around Doomsday, can you imagine if Doomsday just started spilling his guts?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
same kind of concept, right? Like he just gets touched, and instead of stabbing Superman and killing him, he's like, "I'll tell you how to kill me. I'll tell you." Like, hey, what do you want to know? It's like,
And Superman and Lois did it better than Batman v Superman.
which is so sad. And also, not only did they like do just Doomsday as a whole a lot better, they took the whole plot line of using a dead Kryptonian's body to make Doomsday, and they still did that better too.
Mhm.
I don't understand how they've done it beat for beat.
Why is it?
twice.
Why is it that Doomsday always looks so like amazing in animation? Like almost always looks really good. But then in live action, it's like, what are you thinking with this character? Like,
Yeah.
I want to see a version. Like, I feel like Thanos was a really great version of like a very imposing comic book figure that was done well. But Doomsday just like, I don't know. I want to see the Doomsday like we see from the animated one, just in live action. Can we do
I will
that?
say Krypton did it the best. How they did the CGI for Doomsday was the best, but the closest to practical suit would be Smallville.
Did you like the Snyder Doomsday when we saw him in that scene or no?
No.
I thought he looked really weird.
Yeah.
To be honest.
he looks like the troll from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Oh, I was. Yeah. You said troll. The first thing that popped into my mind was Harry Potter.
Oh well,
yeah.
that true.
Troll
Yeah,
in
so
movie.
this is. I mean, I think this is pretty accurate in terms of Doomsday's look. I mean, from Krypton, I mean that looks like Doomsday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, you're right. Every other time they've attempted Doomsday in live action, even in Superman and Lois, he doesn't really look like. I mean,
The only reason I didn't even bring that up is because he's technically not Doomsday, but all the other ones have been.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, I'll give you that. Okay, so the one from Krypton does look the closest, but I think the animated ones have always been scarier to me.
Oh yeah,
I don't know why.
Yeah, and whenever they do bring him, into this new, DCU that they're doing, which hopefully is way down the line. Hopefully they don't go the whole Dr. Frankenstein route of making him out of a dead Kryptonian again.
Yeah. What about Darkseid? Darkseid, the Snyder version.
I think Darkseid will make him.
Darkseid, yeah. I think. Are we asking what we thought of his visual? I thought Darkseid. I thought looked a lot better personally, and even too. Whenever you saw Zack Snyder's Justice League as opposed to Whedon cut, I even thought Steppenwolf looked really good.
Yeah, especially the Snyder cut version looks more.
Oh my god, I hated Steppenwolf in the theatrical version. I hated the way he looked.
I won't be surprised if James, when we get to Darkseid, is going to have like the blue in his armor, or whatever, because that's something that I think the Snyder cut was more focused on. No real color except for like silver. I would like that like blue, because like in the comics they've kind of kept that up in terms of like modernizing that color scheme in his outfit.
And what's weird is in some video games too, and not any recent ones I can think of, but some video games in like the maybe 2005 to 10, whenever they would show Darkseid, it was his arms were a really light gray, but then the torso and the armor was still gray. It was just a lot darker.
Right.
So they didn't really utilize the blue that much until I think Injustice was one of the more recent video games that did it.
I will say on the last scene of Superman and Lois season 3, as soon as they like went full at each other, I was like, and there he comes, cartoon Superman. It's like, I mean, there's the money gone.
If they were to do this as our Darkseid, I mean, obviously it can't be the exact because it's already been done, but this would be awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
they kind of took it from Smallville to the eye color.
Yeah, that blue in there, of course, the gold Omega and everything. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
But hopefully that's they wait a good while before doing that.
Oh yeah, we don't need Darkseid within Phase 1, Gods and Monsters. No. Now it makes sense, like in terms of gods, but
no, I get what they did. They dropped the smallest breadcrumb of like Thanos, for example, at the very end of Phase 1. They teased him.
Yeah.
Then he didn't have a big presence until the end of Phase 3. So.
Would you be more interested in seeing Mongrel? He's
I
a
think, yeah, do Mongol and actually do Mongol right, unlike Warworld.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Wow.
this is kind of a weird one that's out there. I know whenever people think of the big the animal type creatures in DC, and then you go to things like monkeys. Your first thought is Grodd. I would be curious to see if they adapt Ultra Humanite.
Ooh. I mean, I think James is probably going to go the route of doing lesser known villains that we haven't seen before,
Yeah,
haven't seen much of.
I mean, look
I
at
don't
what he
I,
did with
I don't have a
all
problem
those
with that
comic
either.
properties. He turned all those D-list and E-listers into household names.
Yeah.
Exactly.
People want to act like Guardians of the Galaxy were well known before the movie came out, and I'm like, no, that was an extremely risky movie for Marvel to do.
Yeah.
Because yes, and particularly that lineup, because if you look at Guardians, they've been in the comics for years, but that lineup was a relatively recent lineup of the Guardians of the Galaxy. And so to go with that lineup, I mean, they have a talking tree and a raccoon with a gun. And we had at that point in the MCU, if you look, we didn't have anything like that. It was extremely risky. And he took it and he turned it into probably, arguably, some people would say the best trilogy in the MCU, or if not the best one, in the top 3 probably. And he did that. And I liked his version of the Suicide Squad as well. I think that movie was really good. I know it didn't do well financially, but I thought it was a really good film. So I am very optimistic about what his vision is for the DCU. Like, I think if it's going to be very comic booky, then sign me up. I feel like we've missed that with DC.
Well, I feel like that's what's going to happen, because if you look at Guardians and how, especially the third film, where he balances, those are really emotional moments and the humor of it all. I think we're in good hands. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean we need to have a bunch of humor within DC, but I think story-wise, he's going to bring us some really compelling stories. Because I mean, people just like to point out, he's not Snyder. Like, we're not. He doesn't need to be.
No,
we need a new direction. And
yeah. And like we need like a light-hearted Superman, like from the comics where he's more hopeful. And what we got is like a dark version of him.
And there were so many people too that after they did the whole thing at the end of the Snyder Cut, where they showed that injustice type of Superman and that injustice type of world. There were so many people that were going, hey, bring that into a movie. And I'm saying, these concepts of an evil Superman, yes, they work good for video games and some comics
and TV shows,
the animation, but a big live action movie, it doesn't work. Like, you don't want to see, like these 6-year-old kids going to a movie and going, why is Superman murdering all these good people?
Well, not only that, but haven't we had like technically evil Superman and other things already? I mean, we have Homelander. Yeah, we have Invincible.
Omni-Man.
And even what was that movie? Brightburn, is that what it was called?
Yeah, Brightburn.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've even had it in Superman and Lois. They've done the evil Superman in that too. We don't need that in the movies, at least not anytime soon. I mean, I want to see a Superman that can save people from like a mountain sliding on top of them, and also rescuing animals out of trees. That's the Superman that I want to see.
You want to hug this Superman. You don't want to be like afraid of him.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think they're doing a perfect job with My Adventures Superman, the new show.
Yes,
I think.
I was surprised at how much I enjoyed that when I first started it.
It's so good. And supposedly, based on people who got the access to early weeks ago, this week's episode is going to be insane, which just the way we've been building up to, I'm not surprised, because they're giving us a lot of craziness within the show. And I get the criticism like, the tech side. But I think it's pretty obvious what they're doing with the tech. At least I think it is too. It's obvious what they're doing. So people are just like because I think people are seeing how positive the show's getting received. They're trying to find something.
Yeah.
To critique.
Like all the complaints about Lois Lane and all the complaints about Jimmy Olsen and all the complaints about the tone of the show.
Especially about Lois in episode 5. Watch episode 6. That will completely shift your opinion on how she reacted.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. And this is for everybody that watches like week to week shows or whatever. And I mean, we all binge stuff, but people still watch week to week. Over the years, as I have been reviewing content for almost a decade now on YouTube, I slowly have gotten a little bit more lenient on like how I judge an individual episode until I see the entire season. Because if I see an episode in like episode 4 where they don't answer a question, Like if that would have been me in like 2016, I'd been like, well, F this show, blah, 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 they blah, blah, these things or whatever. But then I find out that sometimes a show will introduce that question in episode whatever. And then by the end of the season, they give you the answer. You just have to wait for it. So I think judging it week to week, looking for things to be resolved in that episode specifically, knowing that we have like 4 or 5 episodes left, I think it's just people arguing to argue. Like I don't think they really genuinely are looking out for the quality of the show. I think they just want to complain about it, to be honest.
It's a fair point because I think there are people that just want answers right away for everything. Like for a perfect example, imagine if we found out pretty much everything to do with Oliver's mom in the pilot of Arrow. Like, instead of teasing that something's up and she's the one who hired him to get kidnapped and everything to find out what he knows. Imagine if we found out all that crap within the first episode. Then what's the incentive to keep watching?
Yeah, if you already knew, what's the point?
Yeah. And so with the show, people got upset because they ended on a really bad note, which has not happened in the first 4 episodes. Everything on a happy note. Episode 5, Clark confronts Lois because she's really upset with him. They abandon Jimmy, so he gets kidnapped at the end. Of course, we think by Bigfoot, obviously not the case. But the episode ends on a really bad note, which has not happened in the first 4 episodes. People are like, oh my God, this is like, what are they doing to Lois? It's like, first of all, she, is taken aback by this whole situation. And the fact is, throughout the whole episode, she knows that that's Clark, but she's not going to address it, waiting for him to say it. And then it's like, he has a fair point in responding to her because he's like, you said you were going to expose Superman's secrets, which are my secrets.
Yep.
And so I think it was a good back and forth. It wasn't like to where Lois is completely in the wrong here. They're both in the wrong. But how are they supposed to address it, But
know what I think makes people really mad, and it's mostly the people that complain about like women and media in general, is that Lois figured out that Clark was Superman.
Yeah.
And we don't usually see that. That's something that usually gets glazed over because we want to believe that just taking off the glasses and putting on the suit means people don't know who he is. But they went as far to go that she didn't figure it out because he looked like Superman. She put together the pieces of like when he was missing, when this was happening, when that was happening, what is the connection? How does he, what is his personality? What excuses has he used? She did all of those things to figure it out, which means that we're actually getting a Lois that is a really good investigative reporter, which is something that we've asked for from a lot of these characters on the shows for years.
And we've gotten a Jimmy who can figure out within like a few times.
The first day.
Yeah.
The first day. Yeah.
He broke open a door and like the screws fell out. I was like, how does that even happen? It could happen.
You broke the handle in half. The handle was broken in half.
And also, you have a Jimmy Olsen that has more than 30 minutes of appearances.
Yeah,
that's true too. I think also too, it's like to where I think the people that complain in episode 5 about the back and forth, they would not have a problem if he would have had to reveal himself. Say like Deathstroke was going after Lois and he had to stop him and he revealed himself at that moment. And she never figured it out. They would have no issue. Like, oh, he did that because, he had to save her. It's so sweet. But it's like, as you were saying, people have been complaining, okay, so like on The Flash, why doesn't Iris get a lot of storytelling with being an investigative journalist? And then, of course, Superman and Lois, we see Lois do some journalism, but it's not like in the forefront necessarily all the time, but they're actually doing it. And in this show, it's like she is really good at her job. It's just the fact that Perry just doesn't believe in her and is not really letting her try to be a journalist.
We're seeing a Lois at the beginning of her career. This is like early.
And she figured it out. And because she immediately like, who is Superman? Why is he saving me and Jimmy? Where did he come from? All legitimate. And I honestly thought too, they're going to wait till season 2, which is confirmed, and to get this reveal. And the fact that Jimmy's like, I know you're Superman. I love how they played that off because it wasn't like, it wasn't a big reveal to him. He's like, I know, I was waiting for you to tell me, man.
And what I love about it is that it didn't play into that trope of Superman having to reveal his identity to someone. They figured it out. So it wasn't like he had to go, I'm Superman, by the way. Like we see on The Flash, like Barry had to reveal himself or The Flash was revealed as Barry to so many people.
Every other week.
In this one, it made sense because they figured it out. And to be completely honest, I would think if I were next to like a superhero, whether they're wearing a mask or not, or whatever, if I know someone, I'm probably going to figure out like who that person is. I'll probably be able to realize it. So I'm glad they didn't play them off as idiots, which is something that would have been pretty, a big problem for me, I think. So,
and it was just really nice to see, once again, how they got the identity reveals to both of them. They did it. They didn't drag it out, because I'm going to give a perfect example of the opposite one. Think back to Supergirl, how they dragged out Kara revealing her identity to Lena for 4 straight seasons. From whenever Lena appeared to the end of the 4th season. And then at the end of the day, it's not even Kara that Lena figures it out from. It's
Lex.
Yeah. And that's just a really bad way to do it, because one, it makes Lena come off as an idiot. Like, I can't remember the exact episode or season, but I remember where it's the 2 of them on a plane. The plane's going down. Supergirl saves it.
I think that's season
Lena
5.
just doesn't question anything.
Yeah, I think it's season 5.
I remember that episode specifically too. I'm like, really? They're by themselves. She's still.
Well, that was also while they were kind of not good with each other at that point.
Yeah.
Like they were still sort of like upset about everything that had happened. But I appreciate it, and I think there's a lot of people that are upset that My Adventures with Superman is giving us not only a modern version of Superman, like if he existed in the world right now, but it's a very early Superman, which is what I think the movie is going to be as well. It's going to be a very early Superman. And so I think a lot of people that love that idea of Superman being worshipped like he's Jesus, that's just not the Superman that they're going for anymore.
And that's what I think a lot of people they really get confused about, or they really mix up. Early Superman doesn't mean origin story.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I feel like that's what a lot of people are getting wrongfully upset about. It's like, no, then they're not going to do, the same, Man of Steel type story that they did. They're probably going to do something similar like they did with the Batman, to where
exactly the Matt Reeves Batman. Yeah, we're getting to see him very early, but not necessarily from the beginning.
Yeah, because at that point, just with all these retellings, you don't need to establish who these characters are. If someone's going into the show and they don't know who Superman or Batman is, then I'm sorry, don't watch it.
I mean, I don't need to see the pearls fall off of Martha's neck every single time we tell a Batman story, which is one of the things that bothered me.
I think the only reason why they did that is because they tried to recreate shots from The Dark Knight Returns where you saw the pearls in some comic images.
And
I don't think anybody should ever try to recreate anything from the Nolan Batman. That was like almost a perfect trilogy.
Y'all are wearing hats. I just realized I'm not in the loop. So I wanted to
feel left out.
I feel a little left out. I'm not wearing a hat. I'm like, guys, I'm not cool.
Carol was thinking he was going for a beanie. Or those days behind you?
Oh, I could have.
Can you imagine?
Are those days behind you?
With the Flash, like if we finally got a reveal on season 5, I'm like, that makes more sense because like there's no chin strap.
Look, I'll be honest. Speaking of the chin strap, somebody asked me the other day what I think the best live action suit from a comic is in terms of like nailing it. And we've had some great MCU adaptations. Like I would say that maybe the Captain America suit in the Avengers movie was probably the most like straightforward like version from that. Deadpool also I think was a great adaptation.
Oh yeah.
But I think in terms of like DC characters, I think the Flash suit in seasons 8 and 9 are the best live action Flash suit we've ever had, next to the 90s Flash suit with John Wesley Shipp. Because is the 2 suits that Ezra got were not my favorites. I did not really.
Well, that one with all the black in it was a complete reinvention. So
yeah.
It's like it's all scraps or whatever he picked up.
Speaking of John Wesley Shipp, DJ Harry, did you like what they did with his powers, or do you want like what they did with Brandon Routh, where they kept his eyes, laser eyes, the same color instead of changing it?
What do you mean with John Wesley Shipp?
Yeah, he went from just like woof, like whoosh to like lightning.
Oh, you mean like back in the 90s where they just made him walk fast or whatever? Yeah.
Oh yeah, those effects.
Okay, so I think my favorite Flash running effect was like the early seasons of the Flash. I liked them like seasons 1, 2, 3 around that era. I didn't like the 90s version. It worked in the 90s because it was just speed or whatever. I think the lightning effect would have probably been too expensive for them to do. And I think later seasons of the Flash got really lazy about it. They just didn't show them from the waist down, which is kind of annoying as well.
And they would just have the air stuff like everything goes crazy or whatever. It's like they just do that. That's how they were getting away with a lot of like not showing too much. Like at that point, they were like to the point where the camera doesn't even show the person, like the speedster exiting. It's just you see like a light flick off the side of the camera, and then you see the wind, and then and it's like, oh, they're not even.
That's a 10-cent effect that costs nothing
Yeah.
for them to do
The
that.
reason why I was saying is because like on Supergirl, their eyes are blue, and then Superman Lois has red eyes.
Yeah.
And then they kept his Brandon Routh's Superman Returns laser eyes. So I would think that the 90s Flash would have his effect.
That makes sense. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
And also, speaking of John Wesley Shipp, I'm going to brag here a little bit. Jordan, I just sent you the image if you want to pull it up.
Okay.
By the way, I also want to give a shout out to Brandon Routh's Kingdom Come suit, which was
I love it.
Really great suit.
I was on vacation and I lost my shit.
I lost my shit with his pose when
that's a great picture. You know what? I would love it if they brought him back as Superman to do like an Elseworld story of Kingdom Come with him in that suit in a movie. I would totally be on board with that.
That's cool.
Yeah, he was in my city.
It was like, he's like, is this the new Barry?
Both him and Grant grew up like 10 minutes from my house.
Really?
Nice.
Yeah, I live like one city over from where they were both from.
My sister went to school with Aquaman from Smallville.
Oh, really?
Justin?
Yep. What?
That's
not
cool.
Alan Richardson.
Yeah.
Oh, Alan. Okay.
Yeah.
Not the spinoff. The other.
Oh yeah, not this. Okay, I'll say it's a spinoff.
I'm going to throw this out here, by the way. So me and a lot of other ones of my friends too, we all think that if they're going to do like an MCU version of Venom, not Tom Hardy, that it needs to be Alan Richardson as Eddie Brock.
I can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Not only does he have the build for it, which you would know if you saw that the Reacher show, which I'd recommend if you guys haven't seen it. It's really good.
It's really good, yeah.
But also, he just acts like that, that jackass type that you would expect out of somebody like Brock.
Especially if you've seen that one where he's like a friend of a football player.
Nope. We have Bayou-graphs in the house right now.
Oh, I'm sending him an invite if he wants to join.
Yeah.
If I could find him.
What did we think about Venom from the original Spider-Man trilogy?
Oh, you mean from Toby's?
Yeah.
That 70 show guy?
So I'll say this just to get maybe this is a hot take. I'll get it out of the way.
Yeah,
I think as Eddie, I didn't actually dislike it because it made me think of hey, this is this is what Peter Parker would essentially be if he didn't have an Aunt May or an Uncle Ben. This is a Peter without morals, and I thought Topher actually played that part pretty well. Into the part where he would just, cross any line to get whatever he wanted, going as far as framing Spider-Man, lying about a picture, all that stuff. Now, yes, his Venom wasn't great and definitely could have been developed longer, but I thought as Eddie, I didn't dislike it. Now, that could just be, nostalgia talking there. I did grow up with those movies, so I could have a little bit of blinders on, but I don't actually think his Eddie was that bad. I would actually go on the record to say that I think in terms of Eddie and Venom, I would say Topher did Eddie better and Tom did Venom better. I'll say
I did, however, I did, like you said that Venom was the better one for Venom, but I did like one specific scene where he grabbed MJ and was like, "My spider sense is tingling if you know what I'm talking about." That was my favorite humor joke.
What do we think of the Venom movies? The first and the second one.
I think the first one's better overall because I think in the second they just went too goofy, especially with the opening scene just throws me out so hard because they do the origin of Cassidy and what's her name, and they have it to where they're covering their mouths when they're talking because it's the actual actors in the present sense, but it's so weird how it's shot and it feels just strange. Yeah. And it feels like a lot of stuff was cut out of the movie too. It feels like there's a lot of stuff that was
in the second
cut.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they squeezed it into 90 minutes.
Yeah, they literally cut the crap out of it. I feel like that movie was probably easily over 2 hours with a lot of maybe more carnage like build up because it feels like, oh, carnage, boom, okay, final fight.
Well,
You know?
Like I get there's like for the humor aspect where always like watching on comic book movies is like Venom 2 didn't really have a lot, but Venom 1 was like spot on every time. We do
Venom
not
1
eat
surprised me.
policemen.
Venom 1 surprised me because I honestly thought it was going to be awful. And then I watched it after a friend of mine had seen it because I didn't go see it opening night. And they were like, oh, you should go see it. It's actually really good. And they're like, but go into it just thinking of it as being like a fun comic book movie. Don't expect it to be like super serious or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was really shocked at how much I liked the first Venom movie.
Could you imagine it being the first Venom movie being R-rated?
I thought it was when I first went into it. Like I thought that it was gonna be, but then I remember looking it up as the previews were going. I was like, "Oh,
we never actually saw him eat a head."
Yeah.
No. Well, in Venom 2, like there was a lot of issues that I had with the movie in general, like outside of it just feeling like you were saying kind of chopped up a little bit. But like they make it very clear that Venom's weak to sound. And I mean they make it very clear in the movie, and then he goes to a rave in the movie. And I'm like, well, how is he at a rave with loudspeakers and stuff and talking on a microphone and stuff?
The decimal wasn't at the limit where
at a rave?
Like when he was climbing the tower, the decimal.
He was getting hurt by cell phones ringing. Like, come on.
He was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, in the second one, he's at a church with a giant bell.
Yeah.
And all the scaffolding and stuff because they're doing repairs to all that metal. It's like, guys, it's just too basic.
Like I would agree. I would agree with 3Dub about the decibel level, except for the fact in the movie when the cell phone rang, sometimes it hurt him, and I'm like, if a cell phone ringing hurts him, then how is he even functioning as a villain or a hero?
Yeah, that was a random scene. I will say, like it just felt like, oh, let's have this a character you would never expect at a rave. Let's send him there. Why not? And I don't know, because I feel like Sony's just trying to do something different. Because Sony's like, hey, let's put Venom in the Spider-Man No Way Home.
And let me tell you, seeing him walking around with like neon glow sticks and stuff looked really good because he's a character that's all black. So I get that visually it was really exciting. But in a movie where one of the main weaknesses is being used, which is having a character that can basically scream him to pieces, having him go to a rave and stand in front of the speakers and dance, I'm like, how is that?
Yeah.
That seems like it would be a problem.
I don't know, and just on I was going to say the villains in that movie really, it bothered me because I think Woody Harrelson did good as an actor, but there were just a few things that were wrong. One, I think it was weird seeing Cletus Cassidy be taller than Eddie Brock, and that's just a visual, a visual standpoint. But it also didn't help that Carnage, like he's way more nuts just as Cletus, so like he shouldn't have anything that kind of holds him to the ground. So doing that whole love interest angle with Shriek really didn't work for me because the whole appeal, or one of the whole appeals of Carnage, is how inhuman he is, how non-forgiving he is. Like he will kill a whole room of people and not blink. Yeah, and the whole thing of that they said in the movie to where, like he and his symbiote aren't in sync. You and I are. It's like, that shouldn't happen.
Exactly.
I mean, didn't we establish that symbiotes that aren't in sync basically burn out their host? I mean, that was pretty much the problem with that.
Yeah, because they said that in the first movie, didn't they?
And and they also make a point to like, oh, by the way, in the sequel, we're also going to make it to where that the symbiote knows about the multiverse because we can connect. And it's like, okay. Yeah. So this is your way of not really connecting to Null, but you're trying to without actually, because you probably don't have the rights to it. I don't know. Right. It's like, guys, I don't know. It's just jarring.
The only two Venoms that I've known through my comic book Spider-Man, reading was Carnage and Venom. I didn't even know about Riot. I was like, who is this guy?
Well, you know what would have been perfect, honestly, and I wish they would have done this because out of the four of us, you may disagree with me, but I would have loved if they would have just made Andrew Garfield the Spider-Man of the Venomverse and had those as like the characters in there, because I feel like his Spider-Man fits in that world of Venom. I feel like the tone is pretty similar. Also, they could have had it where Venom leaves Eddie to find another host, finds Spider-Man,
Peter, yeah.
and then the battle in that movie is that Venom has to leave to go back to Eddie, but there's still that whole that pulls it back into the comic book version of that symbiote connecting with Peter. And I think that would have really worked because Andrew's Peter, I think, would have made a really cool looking Venom version of Spider-Man. So yeah, I wish they would have done that because I love Toby, love Tom, but for me, Andrew is my favorite Spider-Man. So I would love to see him come back.
Yeah, it's kind of funny with Spider-Man. I think Tobey Maguire was a perfect Peter Parker. Andrew Garfield was a perfect Spider-Man. And Tom Holland gets kind of like a both of both worlds.
Yeah. I feel bad for Andrew because he never got his trilogy, but they were really rushing everything. I bet they were probably going to set up Venom in his because they were. I remember at one point there was an announcement that they were going to be working on. They were announcing Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man 4, Sinister 6, and I'm thinking. I mean, it makes sense if you watch the second film.
They set up doing all that stuff in there.
So much stuff that it just takes away from the actual
Andrew's
movie.
still around. There's time, Sony. There's time. You can still do it.
They were setting up Doc Ock, Vulture, so many things.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just find a way to kind of retcon Andrew into Venom's world and that it's the same world because
ditch all these other like stupid like Morbius and all these other dumb
get rid of that.
El Muerto, get rid of that.
Just bring in Andrew's look. Could you imagine if Venom 3 reintroduces Andrew Garfield as Spider-Man? That would be amazing.
People were thinking that they were going to do that in Venom 2. Of course, it didn't happen. We've been theorizing this for so long. If they were to pull that off and they could actually do that, because I would assume it'd have to be like a thing to where Marvel would have to sign off on it in a sense because you already have a Spider-Man already in the MCU. Yeah. But I would think that they should do something like that because you wouldn't have to give Andrew he wouldn't
just put him in that one movie. Just put him in that one movie with Venom. Make Venom 3, have him as Spider-Man in Venom 3 and do it as a one-off thing so we get one more movie with
we get his trilogy and just kind of backpedal because maybe with him being thrown into the MCU then back here, maybe it changes the timeline to where some of the things set up in the second film either already happened or it got shifted to where his third film isn't reflecting off of what was established in the second one.
Yeah, that's a great idea. What if he comes back into his world and things are different? Like he comes back in and it's like a completely different.
And Gwen's alive and she's Spider-Gwen.
Yeah.
I honestly think that the perfect follow-up to how The Amazing Spider-Man 2 ended would have been, a Venom symbiote story because that would have been Peter at his lowest point, like he said in No Way Home. It's like, hey, I got bitter, I got rageful. It's like, could you imagine that stuff with a symbiote and how deep they could go with that?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
In the at the end of Venom 3, like they just appear, like they went to the MCU and then came back, and then they both appeared on the same Earth. And then you see Andrew Garfield looking at the suit and goes, "Nice suit. I like the color." kind of like he did with Superman. Like that's a nice suit before
speaking of suits and like names getting passed around with like the Flash name because I know y'all were talking about that earlier with like that. But what about those comments from John Campea about Grant Gustin? Have you talked about that at all?
No, I haven't. I had it in the image, or at least I was referring to it because. Did you watch the video?
I watched the clip of what he said, but not the whole thing.
Yeah, I watched a good portion of it, and his only argument about people don't care about Grant's Flash, don't want him as Flash anymore, is because the show is losing its viewership. How about you pull up other shows, not even CW, other network shows that decline in viewership year after year, and use it as a reference point for your argument because. He constantly on other videos he does about streaming news, he constantly refers to people cutting cords, cutting their cable, which happens all the time. Mm-hmm. Streaming services are gaining new subscribers or the people are jumping around to different ones. They're done with cable. But yet he doesn't bring that up. But he says, well, look at the live viewership of CW. Look at the numbers. It's proving that no one cares. Well, it's not that. It's the fact that people don't watch the show live anymore. Hardly anybody does. And the fact is, a lot of people were turned off by the show because of the direction of the show. But people still love him as the Flash. They just want him in better stories or a better show or a movie, which a lot of people were saying, why not have him as the lead in the movie?
And you know what I want to add also? the utter disrespect that the Arrowverse gets a lot of times from people that don't watch it anymore have no idea what they're talking about. A lot of the stuff that we have today, for example, that Flash movie being in demand at all, is due to the show being popular. Like, nope, the Flash, look, I would say the Flash for me is the fourth member of like that holy trinity. If there was like a fourth member of like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, it would be the Flash for me. Some people would argue Green Lantern, some people could argue Aquaman, whatever. I think the Flash for me is that fourth adjacent holy trinity member. Just like Stephen Amell did with Green Arrow, with the Arrow show, I believe Grant Gustin made Flash a popular household character outside of the core comic book fans by the success of that show, particularly the first 4 or 5 seasons of The Flash. I will admit, after season 5, the quality became very spotty, for the show. But the one thing that was never a problem was Grant Gustin as Barry Allen. That was never a problem with the show. And the fact that you're doing a Flash movie, but don't reference even not even have John Wesley Shipp, who, if you're going to say that Grant Gustin wasn't good enough in his Flash, John Wesley Shipp's Flash from the 90s, if you're going to have Michael Keaton as the Batman from that era, where the Flash show was meant to be a movie in that era as well, they got turned into a TV show, you cannot argue against having John Wesley Shipp in there.
Because that man probably has, like, out of all the Flash actors, he's got the most Flash-oriented career. He played Barry Allen. He played several different characters in.
He played Henry Allen. He's played Jake Garrick. He's played,
and he came back as Barry Allen again. But no, we're not going to do John Wesley Shipp. We're going to do this person that we're going to make you think it's Teddy Sears, but it's not, even though he didn't actually play Jay Garrick.
Right.
Yeah. And it's
why go to all that trouble? Why
it's just some guy.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I thought, like, at first, I couldn't see it very clearly the first time I saw it, admittedly. So at first I was like, wait, is that Teddy? I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. It's a Flash adjacent cameo.
They could have had John Wesley Shipp in that scene.
Yeah.
They could have just used John Wesley Shipp.
Yeah.
The suit is available. The hat's available. John Wesley Shipp would love to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
I think there was...
so many of the cameos were Superman and Batman centered.
Because Andy Muschietti's a giant Superman fan. That's why. He said in several interviews he loves Superman. He loves the super characters. And I feel like there was a particular decision to only really feature super cameos. Besides, of course,
why not have Grant Gustin as Superman?
Movie. Yeah. But the thing is, they even had Nicolas Cage, who never actually played Superman.
Yeah.
Which I guess now you can say he has.
Yeah, now he has.
But can you imagine, like, I don't know the size of your theaters were when you went to go see the movie. When I saw it, about half the theater was full. I pretty much can guarantee there would have been a pretty big response if Grant would have popped up in some capacity. Just like this, because we have this guy.
What?
Everybody start clapping.
This is now an official full crossover.
It is official.
But look at how they did. Okay, so they already got tapped for how lazy some of those images looked in the videos and the VFX and all that. There's no excuse they couldn't have shoved in like Grant running or Jay Garrick running or something like that in there somewhere. And if they're going to use Superman, they didn't even use Tyler Hoechlin, who is the current Superman right now.
And I'm going to add on to that. Instead of bringing, Christopher Reeve back through CGI, why not just have Brendan Routh, who's technically playing the same character?
Exactly. It's
the thought process in this film was poor.
Like child, like baby, like.
I stopped listening when you said thought process in the film because I don't think
because the Grant one baffled me so much solely because we literally just months earlier saw Titans do them. Mm-hmm. They had no excuse. There's 9 seasons of footage they could have pulled from. Mm-hmm. They didn't need him to come in.
And here's the thing. John Campia's comments are even more baffling to me because if people didn't like Grant's Flash, why did they have Ezra crossover with them on the TV show?
Yeah, they reached out to them and said, hey, can Ezra put in the crossover? And they had no plan. So they had to literally go out of the way to get Ezra in because higher ups.
Again, the Flash in the movies got his name from the Flash TV show, technically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Was that crossover episode the Arrow one? I think it was.
Yeah, it was. Arrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The point is that the disrespect from people when it comes to the TV shows. Look, I get it. Special effects aren't always great in the TV shows. They're fucking TV shows. What do you expect? But the characters and the actors connected to them have fans that will be around forever. As long as the show exists and the fans are there, they're gonna keep talking about it. Look at all the characters. Like, you could argue that if you go back to like the Batman and Robin from the 60s. Right? They could say, oh, well, they don't matter anymore. Nobody cares about them, but that's not true. People do care about them. Like, you could argue there's a lot of characters that people have forgotten about. Like Linda Carter is Wonder Woman. She's still relevant as Wonder Woman today, even with Gal Gadot being Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So to act like just because Ezra was the Flash in this movie that nobody likes or cares about Grant Gustin, where does that even come from?
Because if you're going to bring in a Supergirl and then have the highlights of, like, here's Nick Cage Superman, who never got his movie. Here's Christopher Reeve as a CGI Superman, and here's this version of Supergirl. Why don't you also highlight, if you're doing a Flash movie, highlight the past Flash actors in some capacity?
And they already did, because they had a fake Jay Garrick on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. It's
so why not do more?
It's like, we could have John Wesley Shipp, who actually played Jay Garrick, or
you could have literally had a shot
looks like Teddy Sears, but isn't him.
You could have had a shot of Grant and John in the same shot on Earth Prime, and you could have shot that, and it'd take you like half a day to get all that set up and shot.
Not only that, but like Canadagraph says, they could superimpose the two of them running together. They have the footage.
Yeah.
And you could actually have like Michael Rosenbaum as Wally West.
I just thought about this. This makes me even more angry now that we're talking about this. And the reason why it makes me angry is it's so disrespectful that they got another person to play Jay Garrick, who's never ever been Jay Garrick, in the Flash movie, instead of highlighting the people that made that movie relevant in the first place.
And wasn't he like a stunt double?
No, he was just some.
He wasn't even a double. He's like some guy in the background.
He was some
editors.
He was an editor.
Oh, yeah, that's even worse.
Yeah. No, not about his job, but the fact is they used him as the reference point to make a CG face, and okay. And the whole point of
people were blowing up Teddy Sears on social media. They're like, "Hey, we told you were in the movie." It's like, no, it's not me.
No. And the whole thing that Eric brought up about Linda Carter's Wonder Woman, like, there was her cameo was cut, but that would have not been actually. She probably would have shot it, but they would have just CGI'd her, and made her younger because that's what they were doing. They were making the cameos to the reference point of what they were when they were popular. So it wasn't like an older Christopher Reeve and Hell Slater who actually shot her cameo and they de-aged her and CGI'd her. They could have done older Supergirl and Superman in this scene. They could have made it to where, okay, maybe this version of Nick Cage who's going to have long hair in the movie, maybe he has short hair now in his older era.
Please
but
explain to me what the emotional connection would have been to a Jay Garrick that, number one, no one knew if it was Teddy Sears or not because it didn't make any sense. Number two, if you did know that was Teddy Sears, you would know that that's not Jay Garrick. Because you've seen the TV show. And number three, what person watching that movie who's a Flash fan would go, oh, that's nice, they reference an actor playing this character we've never seen before, versus as a fan of the Flash who probably watched the fucking show, never reference any of those people in it. It's just so the disrespect levels are like off the charts with that. It was really bad.
Stranger's saying here that you guys are forgetting they were going to put Grant in the movie, but Peter Safran said there wasn't enough room. I don't remember ever seeing that comment. And if that is true, that is a bold-faced lie.
It is.
There's no room to put the guy
swap out Jay Garrick. Swap out that Jay Garrick thing and just put Grant in that one.
Yeah.
Or just not have Barry fall from the sky with babies around him for 3.5 minutes.
They would have cut that down to 2 minutes and have more cameos and actually acknowledge some things.
We're just not have that at all.
well, yeah. I mean, we have to show where Ezra's Flash is like going out of his way to eat.
Right.
So here's a weird thing
to only be forgotten by the third act.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was about to point that out. It's like, hey, we're going to introduce this thing where I need to consume a bunch of calories, but when I'm traveling back and forth to save Supergirl and Batman, it's not going to be a problem.
Also, just to make this movie even more like the guy making the sandwich in the opening of the movie. And that whole entire sequence of Justice League in another city, and he comes back and the guy's now finishing the sandwich. That just timing-wise, that makes no sense.
Nope.
So much time
literal days went by.
Yeah, so much time had passed. There's no way that guy was just now finishing that sandwich.
Right.
And I think those movies just like they really go out of their way to hit the fact that this Barry is a loser. that they're just, I don't know.
If they had squeezed in the sandwich joke like a quarter to halfway through the movie, I'd be like, okay, time wise, maybe I can buy that.
Can I just point out, I want to see a Barry that is working at the police department that isn't a bumbling idiot. Can we get that version of Barry Allen?
Like, I don't know. Well, that was one of my biggest issues with the TV show in the later seasons, to where it's like he would. This has become a meme for the show, but like every episode, it was these C-listers in the background giving him the plans. Like he's 7-8 seasons in by now. He should know what he's doing.
Episode 1 of the series, we watched him figure out a fucking series of tire tracks by like cow manure.
Yeah. But let me say this. That one thing that the Flash will always have, since John Campea says that nobody wanted him or whatever, is the fact that meme of him peace outing a tombstone is going to be used for everything under the sun until the end of time.
Did you see where they did it at that Galaxy Con where Steven's holding a rest in peace like thing, and then Grant's like in front of it doing like the same thing. Yeah. So they recreated it after he said on Twitter that he wants everyone to fuck off or uses that image.
By the way, keep in mind that Arrow, I think it's this Friday. Is it this Friday?
Yeah,
this Friday. Yeah.
Keep an eye out to see if Stephen Amell shows up, because
I bet you he does, because he's got a lot of PR to make up right now.
I was going to say the same thing.
So it's just like getting the Arrowcast together.
Yeah,
is that
it's just
what
the
it is?
Arrowcast picketing together.
A lot of the shows have been doing this right now. They'll have like little show get-togethers at the thing.
That's interesting. I wonder if Richard Dragon's going to show up after what he said.
Oh yeah, that's what he said on
That's the question.
Yeah,
is he going to show up and go, this fucking guy, like he said on Twitter? Yeah.
Oh man.
Look,
that whole situation, man.
That was one of those things where people were arguing about what he was allowed to do, what he wasn't allowed to do, and I'm like, he admitted earlier in the month that he knew he wasn't supposed to be doing it, and he was doing it anyway. So I mean, he knew the rules.
Me and Canada talked for like an hour and a half that day that the whole Steven thing happened, and it's like the guy was breaking the rules. He was posting photos, and he's posting
even a couple of weeks before. Even a couple of weeks before that, he was at a different convention with David, and he outright said, "He's like, we're not allowed to talk about this, but fuck it, let's talk about it."
I was at Galaxy when that happened, and that was as soon as
were you at the panel?
Huh?
Were you at that panel?
No, I wasn't.
Said it?
No, I wasn't at that panel.
He was the one that asked the question.
yeah. But then as soon as people were leaving that room, people like I ran into two angry people that were like, I was like, wait, what's going on? And because I was like, I can't believe he did that. I was like, what did he do? And then they spent the next 10-15 minutes telling me what happened. I just stood there and went, oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm surprised it didn't break as soon as the panel's over, because the person waited till the next day to post the clip.
Yeah.
It's like, usually that stuff comes out quick if someone says something.
My question is, do you think he's going to get in trouble for this? Do you think they're going to do anything to him? Do you think they're going to punish him?
Yeah, I'm sure he already had meetings with all the SAG-AFTRA higher ups about this.
Yeah, and as Canada was saying, he needs good PR right now, and he's moving on, pretending like, okay, I talked about it moving on. If he's not there Friday, which I think he will be, but if he's not, that's going to look really bad on him, because after he did a complete 180 to go, look, guys, what I said, if he doesn't show up, it's going to look really, really bad. But it's probably going to be awkward for some people, because there are probably still people that are really upset and mad at him, because he was the lead on that show for 8 years. He got paid very well. And then there's people that are probably going to show up for the Arrowcast that definitely were not paid like he was, and maybe struggling, and they need the new deal to work so that they can actually make a decent living. So it's going to be awkward. He's going to have to really make amends.
Let me ask Canadagraphs a question. Did you ever have any personal one-on-ones with Stephen Amell where you talked to him and stuff like that when he was on set? Did you ever get the impression that he was an ass like this sometimes, like that he has moments where he just kind of flips out or whatever?
I know for a fact he's an asshole to people he works with. He's even admitted that in his podcast and on Inside of You, when he did Rosenbaum's podcast, he admitted early on in his career he realizes now he was hard to work with. Mm-hmm. He was still hard to work with at the end, but at least he acknowledges it now.
Right.
He's the most important thing to Stephen Amell in a show is what works for Stephen Amell.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's really weird because his cousin is so well loved by everyone.
Oh yeah, Robbie's fucking so cool.
Yeah.
And honestly, if it wasn't for Robbie, if you think about it, Robbie was the one that encouraged Steven to go and to try for the role of Oliver Queen.
Oh,
so
really?
If it wasn't for Robbie, he wouldn't have that if it wasn't for Robbie.
I think Robbie was going to audition, or I think he did.
Robbie got the script and read it and was like, "This sounds like my cousin."
Yeah.
I love him on that. Have you seen that show Upload that he's on? He's really good.
No,
it's a really good series.
I keep seeing it around here, and I'm always kind of like, "Oh, that show! I should check that out someday."
It's a comedy, and he's actually really good in it.
Honestly,
it's got a good rating on IMDb, so some people like it.
One missed opportunity that I will always be kind of disappointed about with Robbie Amell and Steve Amell being on the same screen is they never talked.
Yeah, because they were on the same screen one time.
Yeah,
the episode 22, season 1 of Flash. Yeah.
And they didn't talk together in that scene?
I don't know. No.
Yeah, they just stand by each other going,
wow.
But I will say, though, I always felt bad for Robbie Amell in that show because every time he would come back to play a character, they would kill him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because we had the version of him that had thought to be dead. Then
from the pilot episode all the way to his final appearance, he was just there to be killed.
Season 2, he's actually dead. And bringing back his Earth 2, he's killed again.
That's actually funny that you mentioned how they didn't speak in that episode, that kind of penultimate for season 1, because they both exit together going the same direction.
Yeah.
They just don't address it. Robbie did something that wasn't scripted, I bet, was when he patted him on the back as they ran off.
When he patted Grant, yeah.
Did you guys ever see that movie Code 8 that Robbie and Steven were both in?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think it was a bad movie.
I thought it was a good movie. The only problem is the ending was just very abrupt. I thought there were going to be like maybe 5 more minutes at least where they resolved some things that had happened, but no, they just cut and then.
Well, didn't they end up trying to do like a spin-off series or something?
They're doing a sequel.
Yeah, sequel.
No, but there was another spin-off too. There was something else, Code 8 something. It was on. Let me see.
Netflix.
No, it was like a Jesus. What was it called? There was a Code 8 Part 2 is the sequel. I guess it's coming out.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't just call it Code 9.
Okay, so there was a short form spinoff series starring Robbie and Steven that was put on Quibi.
Quibi. I mean, there you go.
I mean,
someone just said Quibi too. Yeah, Quibi.
It's not around, but you'll never be able to see it because the Quibi's doesn't exist anymore.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the problem with streaming services. Like once it takes stuff off, unless someone has a pirated version or they've released physical copies, you can't get it anymore. You can't watch it.
Are we going to start campaigning? Are we going to start campaigning to release the Quibi cut?
Yeah. Apparently the show was finished, but Quibi went under, and they never were able to.
Oh my god!
I don't even know what Quibi is.
Hey, Batgirl, sound familiar?
yeah, Batgirl, exactly.
Yeah, but Batgirls was on a network that still existed.
So Echo is getting pushed back to next year.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh shit!
I think Echo was done filming, but maybe they have to. Maybe there's some post-production work or maybe some reshoots, and they can't do it right now.
Way out in Langley.
What happened?
What is it?
I just found out Riverdale's having a wardrobe sale.
Right
but
now?
It's like an hour and a half tomorrow and Friday. But it's like an hour and a half from my place.
Is that show still going?
No, they just finished. The last season is on right now.
Yeah, it's final season.
I mean,
by the way, any predictions on Blue Beetle?
Opening weekend or just in general the movie?
Both. What do you think?
I think 30 million is obviously better than 15 to 18.
Yeah, they updated it. I saw that. Yeah.
I'm hoping that it does a little better. But I think I'm just based on people who've already seen it and have kind of vague because the reviews are not allowed yet. I think it's going to be solid. I think the best part about it in terms of its potential earnings and people actually enjoying it is the fact that it is not connected to the DCEU. That we're not going to have a Wonder Woman cameo. We're not going to have any of the last era of DC, because I feel like if let's say Gal's in the movie, people might get excited, but there's other people that are going to be seeing the movie going, you really are connecting to to the disaster of the DCU that's failing.
Billion dollar movie thing?
No. But if the movie can make at least 300 overall with its 120 million budget, obviously the marketing's not 100 million. They're definitely not marketing it like that.
Well, because it's hard to do marketing when there's no.
It's well that too, but also like they spent 150 million alone on marketing the Flash, and look what happened there. Like they lost at least 200 million on that movie.
That Flash movie was
something to earn that money back
for Warner Brothers.
Yeah, so. And it's funny because right now Disney and Pixar with that Elemental, they're turning that around because that was going to be a disaster, and that's actually
right because people thought it was going to lose money, but now they're saying no, it's doing pretty good.
Because it started off horrible, and now it's actually picking up steam. Because I think other movies that were coming out after that, like The Flash, was not doing well. So they're like, well,
yeah, it's like, hey, like we're just going to pay these random actors to go on.
I've actually heard that people are saying there's this weird like resurgence because of Barbie and Oppenheimer that people are going back out to see films.
Probably. Yeah, because
Elemental was still in theaters.
Because Oppenheimer overperformed, of course, Barbie overperformed its opening weekend. Of course, the movies are doing and they extended the IMAX release of Oppenheimer till the end of August, which was not supposed to happen. It's supposed to have only 3 weeks, so that's a good sign for the movie. So I'm hoping Blue Beetle can ride that wave of people going back to the theaters now because they saw 2 films back to back that really hit. Yeah, but.
Is Dune getting pushed back? You think Dune's going to get delayed? I think Dune's going to get delayed.
I mean, because that movie needs to hit. Because the first Dune movie, I think, barely broke even
because of all the bullshit with COVID and
that too. And this, even with the same day and date on HBO Max, they still made over 400 million. So that's good. But this movie, with how massive it is and how grand scale it is, it needs to make more money.
Yeah.
You need the cast. You need the cast to, actually promote it. You need the cast to go out there and promote it.
I can confirm that $13 is going towards Blue Beetle.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised. So depending on how the movie does, I wouldn't be surprised if the next time you see Blue Beetle, in James Gunn's DCU, wherever he pops up, I wouldn't be surprised if they essentially like redid the whole supporting cast or just rewrote them because I don't know. I saw some people speculating about that, and I said, "Do you need to do it?" No, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I think you keep his family, but you have him pop up, regardless of the success of Blue Beetle. You have him pop up in, say, Brave and the Bold or Booster Gold, something like that, and don't do a sequel movie. I feel like. Unless this one is a gigantic success, I don't think it's going to happen.
It is interesting how they gave Andy Muschietti. You said he's this big Superman fan, yet he was given a Batman movie. But, I think he's also a big Batman fan, but also James Gunn was never going to give up Superman Legacy. He's got to set the groundwork for the tone, or at least the idea of what this DCU is going to be. And I think Andy's because I think Andy was really excited to work with Michael Keaton to do a Batman project, in terms of having Batman. So I feel like this is his way of doing one of the things he wants to do. I wouldn't be surprised if Andy Muschietti down the road, if Brave and the Bold does well, that he does the Superman sequel that James Gunn maybe writes, but Andy co-writes with or whatever, and then he directs.
I just really hope that Andy Muschietti isn't a Batman 66 fan, though.
No, I don't think so.
we won't see Superman fighting a giant spider again.
I mean, because when you look at the Michael Keaton stuff, especially when he's fighting, I think he did a pretty damn good job with the Michael Keaton action stuff.
Are the cops coming for one of you guys?
Not for me.
Because I hear sirens.
It's
it's in the background here.
Yeah, they're looking for Canada.
I live in the middle. I live in the middle of downtown, so there's always some emergency vehicle going by.
Gotcha. But I mean, with Brave and the Bold, we're going to have a Damian Wayne who's going to be brutal as hell. So it's going to be hard to make that light tone, because Damian's going to be running around with a sword.
Yeah. I don't think the Authority is going to be light tone either. I think the Authority is going to be
definitely not. That's probably going to be R if it has a lower enough budget to make its money back.
Now, do you guys think that the James Mangold Swamp Thing is going to be R?
It's possible.
I think it's possible because he's going into it as a standalone movie, so he's probably going to want as much creative freedom as possible. So I think he's going to say, if it goes R, it goes R. Maybe he's not shooting for R, but maybe it does end up as an R. Yeah. Because look at Logan.
Yeah, the thing is, Swamp Thing will be, of course, within the grand scheme of the DCU, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's standalone in a sense to where the storylines established don't have to necessarily continue when he pops up somewhere else. It's like, okay, we have this guy. and he's a monster, a part of the Gods and Monsters, which that really works. I was kind of wondering when I heard the name Gods and Monsters, like, they better have something like Swamp Thing or something, because I mean, there's not many monsters that people can kind of think of when you think of DC besides maybe John Constantine, because he deals with demons and shit, but
maybe like, I don't know,
Etrick and the Demon, which that would have been interesting.
That could be one, yeah.
I don't know about that being
would Zatanna be
movie.
considered dark?
Yeah, Just Like Dark. Yeah, I mean that would
be
be
a character that could work.
Yeah, definitely on the darker side.
I saw the funniest thing the other day. There were people. I don't know if anybody in the chat watches Riverdale or not. I can't remember the actress's name. The one that they had in Riverdale playing Veronica Lodge. I saw her being fan casted as the DCU Zatanna.
Oh Jesus!
I was like,
I mean, AJ Appa was going to be the Wonder Twin.
Oh God, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, please, can we
not
have this, please? Because I don't need to hear, I don't need to hear the Wonder Twins sing. I don't want to hear them talking about the epic highs and lows of high school football.
Yeah, well, I will say that the actress they had cast for the other Wonder Twin was in 1883, which is a spinoff of Yellowstone or a prequel. I think she definitely deserves something because she's really good. I don't know about I don't know about AJ Appa. I'm not sure about him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he could be a good actor with better material, but I mean, look at what he's had the past 8 years.
Yeah, like I personally have a long, strained relationship with the guy, but from an acting standpoint, I think he's a competent enough actor.
Yeah, just needs better
material. Not saying he's amazing, but I think he's competent.
Yeah.
He's a guy that you'd put in the middle of the pack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course, everyone wants him as like Wally or Jimmy Olsen because dyes his hair red. But guys, that's not his
that's the thing.
Color.
He didn't. I know. Like I could do that then.
Yeah, you could.
I mean, yeah, for what's her name, Sophie Turner, that worked, but
yeah,
not this
because he's naturally red haired.
Yeah,
we
really got robbed of those guys too.
And people almost always forget that they had Wonder Twins on Smallville too. I'm like,
who do they not have on Smallville?
Batman.
Batman.
Oh, okay, well then that show fails.
I mean, Batwoman was able to get Batman, but they couldn't.
Well, was it really Batman though?
It was.
I mean, it technically counts.
In the pilot, yes. Yes,
I mean, the closest thing you got to it was Kevin Conroy's.
Well, yeah.
I liked how they hinted at Oliver Queen before Oliver Queen actually appeared 6 years later. Like
really?
The first opening scene, it says Queen Gambit missing.
Oh.
Have you guys seen the petition for Stephen Amell to play Batman in the DCU?
Oh God!
Yeah.
Wait! Is
it he already did. He played Batman on TV, so
yeah.
Is that on change.org?
Oh no, it might be, but I saw it on Reddit where I saw it first. So.
I keep seeing everyone say Jensen Ackles, and I'm like, the guy is closing in on 50 people.
Well, I mean, I can see because they're gonna have an older Batman, but I don't know if they're gonna go that old.
They even has a Zatanna on Smallville too.
I remember this tweet from Steven years ago saying, they were asking him, who else he would want to play in DC, and of course, in typical Steven fashion, he goes, "I would want to play the Riddler."
Oh, okay.
I think this is something on change.org we can get behind, guys. I think that we can get behind on this. So they just want a new project with Emily Bettricards and Stephen Amell to work together again.
They already did.
Felicity season 2.
There's an independent movie they did here like 6 months ago.
Well, then they got their wish because they did this in 2020. So clearly,
they
got their wish.
Is Emily doing anything right now? Is she in anything?
No, she is very, very much out of the limelight.
Okay.
Is that
in fact before she did that independent movie, which I did not know she was in at the time?
Yeah,
I had not even heard her name brought up in regards to anything in a while. And that independent movie is very low budget.
Do you think she might make a reappearance in the Arrow Pickens?
Oh, I think she'll be there. I think she'll be at the Pickin' on Friday.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see. So since Arrow,
what do you mean Emily's doing Broadway? I haven't heard of her being in New York.
Oh yeah, isn't that why she left originally?
Sort of, kinda.
Who would we want to see Emily play in the MCU?
Jesus.
No,
like,
no one say Black Canary, please.
In terms of like her filmography, she's only done 2 movies this year. Her last film was in 2020, and she hasn't done television since Arrow. So she pretty much has dropped off. I mean, that's probably a choice.
Speaking of people,
I actually believe some of it's a choice.
Yeah.
I don't think she ever expected to become a mainstream TV person.
Is Candace Patton doing anything at the moment, or
well, nothing's happening right now. She just went. She got unemployed like 2 months before they went on strike, so she hasn't really had a chance to get out there.
I don't know if she was initially cast in anything that hasn't filmed.
No.
I don't know.
I mean,
I know there was that one movie with Grant and Tom. I don't know when that came out. I know it was.
Oh, that was years ago. They did it. They even did a sequel to it.
Yeah.
I think Candace's fans, Candace herself, maybe she's a little more in tune, but I think Candace's fans are going to be sorely disappointed with how much work she gets offered. She was on the CW, and she is, average. They got this impression that she's going to be getting Academy Award roles, and it's not going to happen.
Nope.
You know what? I think if the CW were still the CW, she might have been cast on another.
100%. 100% she would have got another CW role.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually floored Emily didn't, which is why I think this had to be a choice of hers. I thought for sure they would have offered her choice of role on like another show, because at the time she was easily in the top 3 most popular females on the network.
Because that's what happened with Kat when she got done playing Mia. They instead of doing Green Arrow and the Black Canary, of course, she went over and did that
Walker
Independence.
So
I mean, they made that decision to not go forward with that show, and then waited a year to announce that they weren't doing it.
Yeah, it's all because of COVID. But see, the thing is, with COVID, they use that as their excuse why they didn't announce for a year why Green Arrow and the Black Canaries wasn't happening. But other shows that were in development before COVID hit, and when COVID hit, they announced we're canceled and not moving forward. So, like, why'd they wait a full year? I still don't understand their reasoning behind that. And it dropped around me on a Friday afternoon, just like as like a throwaway news piece.
Yeah. And then, of course, years later, Mark Guggenheim, states that, I wasted my time doing all of this.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just really confusing. I think the CW obviously is just like not what it was anymore, and it's just confusing too. Like they said they were done with DC content, yet they're still keeping Superman and Lois. Like I'm happy the show's still continuing in some capacity, but they're like, the era of DC on CW's over.
I feel that as a contractual thing.
It might be.
Yeah,
I just figured out what she could play in the DCU actually.
Who,
Oracle?
Emily?
Yeah, Oracle. She has
No. Don't you dare make Emily Bet recurrence freaking Batgirl. She's not Barbara Gordon. It's not happening. Stop this now.
The wheelchair one.
What if they made her Barbara and then made Stephen Amell Batman? That would be.
And then they can literally make.
Then she goes from being Oracle. All of a sudden, she can get up and walk and becomes the Black Canary.
And then you know what? I'm going to appeal also. I'm going to appeal to Canada thing here. They're going to do a step further and say, hey, you know who we're going to bring into DCU to reprise her grand role? We're going to bring Danielle Nicolette back.
Yeah.
I hate where this conversation has shifted to. This is the worst timeline ever. This is terrible. Having Emily as Barbara Gordon is the worst thing I've ever heard. That's worse than when the rumor of her becoming the new Black Canary in Arrow.
I remember your video on that. You threatened to stop watching if they did that.
I threatened to stop watching Arrow because
they almost felt like they were going that direction when they did the whole paralyzation story.
Oh yeah.
The joke where she was like, I was thinking of codenames. Oracle, was taken.
It's taken. It's bullshit because it wasn't taken because in that continuity, Batman didn't have a There was no Batgirl. There was no Barbara. It's stupid. When Canada said the whole point about her miraculously getting up out of her wheelchair, all I kept thinking about was her getting up out of the wheelchair and leaving.
Oh yeah, that's why I brought it up.
That's all. Like that's.
I mean, I don't know how she didn't get an Emmy for that.
Have you guys seen the blooper reel for that season to where she does that scene?
No.
Slowly starts walking and then just vanishes. Like she actually pops out of the scene. It's hilarious if you look for it.
You mean like how Diggle did when they were standing in front of the prison?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I remember watching that live.
That is the greatest thing ever. He disappears. And like
Who
my wife was like
David Ramsey as in the DCU.
John Stewart. John Stewart. Who he's supposed to be.
There's actually another Arrowverse actor that I think would be a good John Stewart.
Who?
I actually think Michael Jai White would be good in that role.
I knew you were gonna say that. I just
Really?
felt it. Like, yep, he's gonna say Michael J. White. Yep.
I'm just gonna say it. I think he'd be good in the role.
I feel bad for him because he
played John Stewart in a video game.
Yeah, he did pretty good, I think, as Bronze Tiger, and then like all of a sudden after season 7, he's gone. Just done.
Yeah, because
like,
we're going to set up this whole thing, like we're going to have Diggle adopt his kid, and then he's never going to show up again.
Just
the thing with Michael is he is a guy. He is a continually working actor, so he probably had got a gig that was going to conflict with something Arrow wanted, and they're like, "Oh, we'll just write you out."
He's been in so many Netflix projects since he left Arrow.
Yeah. What about Jordan Calloway, Painkiller?
I don't know. I mean, thing is, I think what's going to happen is we're not going to be seeing a lot of these Arrow. I don't think we're seeing any Arrowverse actors.
Would you say that the CW shifting their focus away from the shows they were making have put a lot of people out of work?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. You know which one they have to bring back?
What?
They got to bring back the original Sarah actress. That's what.
Oh my god,
Jacqueline.
It's the new Blackener. But your point, Eric, yes, it does, because what's happening is instead of them actually having scripted television, they're going the route of like golf. They're going the route of racing, which they don't need to hire. All you have to do is hire some cameramen and audio. They don't have to hire like actual production assistants or any of that. Like it's a very different
lighting
thing.
people, sound people, all of those jobs are
none of it
gone.
No.
So Canadagraphs was the CW primarily the place that employed Vancouver shows, or was there another network that?
No, I would say. I mean, it was of any network the majority, but overall probably a third to half, because there's a lot of Hallmark work, and then there's Canadian television.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of those things that we personally is not in our sphere, so we don't hear about it. But that makes up probably 60 or 70%. But the CW is the largest of a network by far. Like one CW season would be the equivalent of like 4 seasons worth of all the other networks. We had Once Upon a Time, we had The Good Doctor, and like 4 or 5 other shows that did like one season here, one season there. Everything else was CW.
Yes.
The Bad Doctor, not The Good Doctor.
Like if you name a CW show, it was either done in Atlanta or Vancouver.
And it seemed like Atlanta, like that was like some of the seemed like higher budgeted shows, or at least the ones that were not connected to Arrowverse specifically or whatever. Because Black Lightning wasn't shot there at all. It was shot in Atlanta. Same thing with Stargirl. But then every other DC show, Vancouver.
Yeah.
So,
and then of course, you had all those other networks, from that were airing stuff in Atlanta too. Like you had the Walking Dead, which was done there.
Atlanta's like one of the biggest shooting spots for like movies, obviously movies and TV. So much stuff shoots there.
They blew up big time about 10 years, 12, 15 years ago, and I would say now they're probably the third largest next to New York and LA.
Yeah. I think New York is harder to probably shoot in because of just how I don't know how.
But New York is very forgiving to film units.
Well, yeah, because
you can actually rent blocks in New York cheaper than you can in Vancouver.
I remember reading up on this. Is going way back, but when Mark Webb was making the first Amazing Spider-Man, they had a very confined space of blocks that they had. Only I think maybe a block or 2 to use. But then they kept reusing it in some of those shots. So you would just be swinging through it, but they would shoot it from different angles, so it looked like it was going through different cityscapes.
Yeah.
And I think that's just one of those good examples where you make a lot with not very much.
Yeah, that's a good scout and writing team. They will look at it and be like, this is the 2 blocks we have to use, make it work.
Yeah.
And they will write around that idea.
And they
Can we talk about how on the nose Mark Webb is for directing a Spider-Man movie?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I also want to point out, how many times do we see that same set of stairs leading up to a building in that corner shot on Supergirl, on Arrow, on the Flash. I don't remember what building that is, Canadagraphs.
Do you know what? Can you give me a scene?
Like every major battle. Like
the Vancouver Art Gallery. Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
You're talking where they had the final fight with Bloodwork this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So many.
Yeah, that's one of the few big major spaces that's available there, right? Like they also used to use. Sorry, continue.
No, go for it. No, go.
That's also like they used to use the other side of the building too. Like when Oliver first gets brought back to life legally in the second episode. Mm-hmm. The other side of the art gallery is where they shot that, but it's been closed down for like 3 years because of a protest, or 2 years.
Oh, okay.
So they can't film anything over there. So they've been just really using the other side of the art gallery more than it used to, because they've got another staircase on the other side that would give you a different look. But
now that I know this, I'm probably not going to see it.
Because I'm thinking that same location is where they shot the Elseworlds Amazo fight.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's also the same place where all the red deaths pop down from there.
Oh yeah, red deaths.
It's also where Captain Boomerang. It's also where Captain Boomerang had that like little machine that he was stealing.
Mm-hmm. And also Canada, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but isn't that where they reused one of the things in Arrow where Prometheus entered the scene and just obliterated Curtis? Didn't that happen there too? Where like they're leaving that party and then he kicks him down the stairs. Isn't that where that happened?
Oh,
I can't envision the scene in my head, but I guess it's possible.
Curtis is leaving a party with his boyfriend, right? Not husband.
Yeah.
Or were they married?
I can't remember.
But Prometheus showed up and kicked him down the stairs. Yeah, because I think it's outside of Oliver's Merrill building. I think is what it was, or something.
Oh, if it's are you talking like City Hall for Star City?
Yeah.
No, that's New Westminster City Hall. That's a different building.
Okay. I mean,
that's an actual City Hall.
Okay. I was gonna say one of them is just like cascading stairs, and the other one is the angle, like a triangle sort of angle, where like in the same shot that was used in with Accelerated Man. That was another shot that used that same place where he was standing at the top of the stairs with.
Hey, the guy that like, we're gonna give him one of the most comic accurate suits in the Arrowverse, but then you're only gonna see him for 6 seconds.
That's it.
Did they use the stairs that we're talking about with Supergirl? During Crisis.
A lot. They've used those stairs.
That's even worse because it's on a different Earth.
Yeah.
Why can't other Earths have the same type of infrastructure?
Not the same genius behind it.
Well, it's funny because we see that building in Central City, we see it in National City, we see that building. It's basically that building is everywhere.
I always had this laugh early on when the Flash started, because the bridge where the Deathstroke army walks across.
Yeah.
Immediately under that bridge is where Barry has that scene against Weather Wizard in the pilot. And I'm just always like, is this where the border between Star City and...
I think they did something similar too. I might be wrong on this, but you guys remember at the end of Arrow Season 2 when they're all converging in that tunnel?
Yeah.
Is that the same tunnel that you saw on the very last episode of The Flash? Where
Yes.
One shot?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And isn't the fight with Trajectory the same? The one where she destroys in season 2?
Destroys herself?
No, she like runs back and forth across a bridge, and then the Flash has to like leap across.
Isn't that the same?
I can't say because I can't think of the scene.
Yeah, that episode was forever ago. I can't remember.
Yeah,
she was using Velocity 9.
The only thing I know that happened in that episode, the only thing I remember about that episode was the Zoom reveal to the team.
No, that wasn't the same episode. Oh, wait, no, because was it the same episode?
It was the same episode. It was the cliff.
Well, I remember when we found out about it. That was the Gorilla Grodd stuff.
But then they found out in the next episode.
The one thing I loved about that scene was when she was running away and dissolving. That effect was really cool.
Was that Grodd or was that King Shark?
Season 2. It was Grodd. It was Grodd.
Because
the Grodd and King Shark I think is season 3 or 4.
Oh no, I meant the episode that introduces King Shark.
Oh, King Shark no, that's season 1. That's season 1. King Shark's introduced. I think it's season 1.
No, season 2.
Was it King Shark in season 2?
Yeah, with Diggle. Diggle was the one that introduced King
By
Shark.
the way, Canadagraph, when they use like Gorilla Grodd or King Shark, is it always like a pole with like a head on it or something? How do they do that on this?
No, sometimes there's nothing there.
Oh.
The night when XS and Barry had the like thing on their head and they were fighting, was that?
Oh, Grodd.
That was Grodd, yeah.
Yeah.
Zoom wanted.
They did.
King Shark.
They did
yeah, that was it.
They did a couple of scene or a couple of angles where they were facing a tennis ball, and then just out of the blue, the tennis ball wasn't there for other takes. I guess because depending how close the angle is, they don't need their eyes to like look at the right like angle. They can do it more like this way instead of from further out. So yeah.
Patty Spivot was in the scene where King Shark was introduced.
Speaking of tennis balls, didn't some report come out years ago where during Steven's first death scene in Crisis, where he had to act in front of a tennis ball?
That's actually a very common thing.
Yeah, because like they had like all the other actors that were there reacting to it, that was shot at a completely different time, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, because that was during the crossover and everyone's schedules were chaos, so they had not everyone able to do everything.
I kind of wanted Melissa to
like,
get back at Steven.
You mean like Ruby, where they had a stunt double in the suit the whole time?
When I was watching the bloopers of him falling asleep on the table during the I kind of wanted Melissa to get back at him for going, it's crossover season, and Melissa fell asleep.
I remember that one, some of those bloopers are pretty funny, though.
The favorite one is when they actually made, like, our biggest problem with the Dark Flash suit was it looked like fake muscles, right? And in the blooper, Grant is like, you can't get up, can you? Because there's fake muscles.
Dark. Oh, yeah. God. And it is kind of weird, too, because you remember when, what was it? Halfway through the Flash final season, they got another cut against them as far as budget goes. Isn't that right? So with that in mind, they still ended up making Bloodwork look better than he looked in season 6.
That's true. Yeah.
I just sent you a DM there, Chainsaw.
If you could bring back one Arrowverse actor that isn't a lead to come back and play in the DCU or something like that, or another Arrow or another DC TV show, who would it be? And I would say Colton Hayes for me.
Are we being role specific, like as far as what we would want them to do?
Well, I mean, we could. I would say Colton Hayes coming back as a lead in another series. I think he was really good, but obviously he was going through things outside of the show that was affecting him. But I think Colton Hayes could easily like do, because having him come back for season 8, I thought he was really, really good.
Oh yeah, I feel kind of bad for him. How hey, we're going to bring you back immediately, and then your arm is gone.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I would love to see him come back and play in the DC, and I would like to see him in a another street level role, like something in the Batman world. I think would work. I don't know who specifically, but maybe a Robin, maybe an older
Jason
Robin.
Todd.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would work really well.
So Canada has shared the 2 different buildings we were discussing a minute ago.
Okay.
So here is this one, the art gallery, which that's obviously
where all the big fights always happen.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Okay. Yeah, because I see the stairs now.
And this is City Hall.
Okay, I see.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. I think the levels of stairs were what threw me off. But okay. Yeah.
I remember the art gallery because that is where we see, like, that's where the final battle between like so many people are. Like the
other one,
but the Hall of Justice.
Isn't that the Hall of Justice?
No,
the art gallery one. That's like every final battle we get is almost there. Like it's almost always in that spot.
Yeah,
because it's got a big space. It has a downtown look to it, and it's probably. I mean, I don't know the details about it, but it's probably cheap to rent. Because all that space from like past the sidewalk to their building and beyond is theirs. They don't have to negotiate with the city for it. The only thing they have to negotiate for the city for is the parking down the side.
And depending on where you like set up your filming from, it can look different from different angles because you can film from
to a degree. Yeah, I mean,
they could
at this point they've used every angle.
Yeah, because you could have like these extreme wide shots that make it look similar to another building.
Yeah, they should have said promoted by Microsoft.
Well, in the one shot in the Boomerang, Captain Boomerang one, you see that in the background.
Oh, do you?
Wow. Yeah, because Andy asked me about it. He's like, "Did they put that in there intentionally?" I'm like, "No, there's a Microsoft building in the background."
Yeah.
When the new one pops up in season 9, right?
Did they add something to the city hall when they shot for Arrow, or did they just keep
probably?
I can't remember. I cannot remember. Interesting stuff. Huh.
Yeah, back to what Eric asked about like what Arrowverse actors would you guys want to come back in any sort of role? I don't know about role specific, but and I don't know because of his age, I don't know what all he'd be able to do, but I think it'd be cool to see John Wesley Shipp in another role.
He's really good,
and it can even be like that. Is a cliche, but you can have him be, that mentor type figure in the hero's journey that unfortunately
that's kind of what he'd have to be at this point. Like, he can't have him be the star lead.
Yeah.
I don't know if this will work or not, but I was thinking Robbie Amell as Nightwing.
Oh, I could see that actually.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's an interesting choice. Yeah,
because I'm assuming we're gonna get Nightwing in the Brave and the Bold.
Yeah. By the way, I loved Brenton as Nightwing.
I did too.
The Titans show wasn't great at all times. I thought he was great.
Yeah. And weirdly enough, I think his I like the way his Nightwing suit looked.
Oh yeah.
I honestly think his Robin suit looked better.
Oh yeah.
I also too. I think Tim Drake, even though we hardly see the suit at all because it's at the very end, the last batch of episodes, that was really cool too. I liked his Robin suit. I don't know about the most out of the 3 Robins that we see, but I like the design a lot on it.
I just had
that was my favorite. That was my favorite. That was my favorite Robin suit out of the.
I hate that they made us wait for so long because the show's over.
I hate that they're destroying it.
Well, I mean, when Titans, as soon as season 3 started, you realized, oh, this isn't really about Titans anymore. It's a Bat Family show.
Yeah, it's a Bat Family show because they're in Gotham. They could easily be there for an episode.
Yeah, this show has the actual Gotham Knights.
That was like out of all of my complaints about Titans, my biggest issue was that it lost focus on being a Titan show. I think it needed to be more of a Titan show, and it felt too Bat adjacent to me.
I was fine with them focusing on Dick Grayson in season 1 because it felt like he was the lead of the show. But when you literally, after you establish the Titans and you have them come together, and then you go into season 2, season 3, season 4, it's very clear that they just wanted to focus on Dick Grayson. And it's like, okay, if you wanted a Dick Grayson-centric show, just have a show called Nightwing. Don't have the Teen Titans because
spin it off.
Yeah, well, even just don't even do the Teen Titans at all in general. Just do a Nightwing show with him, and then maybe you bring in for an episode or two. Maybe you bring in Tim
Wonder
Drake.
Girl.
Yeah, maybe Wonder Girl. You bring in these certain characters that he has a connection with, because the Raven thing was just like the pilot forcing them to be in the same room.
By the way, getting rid of Wonder Girl, fucking
terrible.
Hey, it's
so
like,
angry.
But I want to go on one small tangent with that one. I remember when that happened. The whole thing with the amusement park, getting shocked like that. I remember when that happened, and then they. So fast forward later that year to when Crisis was airing, I remember going on Twitter and saying, so DC thinks that that the Donna Troy thing is the worst comic book death on screen in 2019. As soon as the first half of Crisis aired, I wrote, "Batwoman Crisis, hold my beer."
Exactly.
Because the way they killed off Kevin Conroy's character was so much worse.
Well, also too, the same time they kill off Donna in Titans, you have in the marketing for Wonder Woman 1984, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman riding the lightning with her lasso.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, so I know it's different Earths, but your implication is this is Wonder Girl, who is essentially like Wonder Woman, and she will die by literally electricity from a tower that she could have easily dodged because she literally super speed runs all the damn time. it easily could have got people out of the way, but it says she took the brunt of it to die. And then you have Wonder Woman in the movies using her lasso to ride lightning bolts, which makes no sense.
Right.
And also the Flash landing on her and electrocuting her.
Yeah. You mean Justice League? Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, like, having her die at all was dumb.
Yeah, stupid.
Yeah,
It was just dumb. It was unnecessary.
Yeah, and I think the only reason why they did it is because if you think about the power set at that point in terms of the characters, she was probably the most powerful person besides Superboy, and he was, of course, mind controlled. But I don't think he has his full potential of powers until, of course, the end of the show. He finally meets Superman.
By the way, Superboy, another great character in that show that just got I didn't like the direction of him in the last season.
No, I didn't either.
There were a lot of characters in that show that started out great, but then just got very questionable directions towards the end.
I will applaud them for at least going the route of, okay, so he is half Lex Luthor. Let's make it to where he actually basically.
Where was Titans filmed at? Toronto? Was it filmed in Toronto?
I don't know.
I don't.
Sorry, where was what filmed?
Titans.
Toronto, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I applaud them for doing the Lex route of him like embracing the Lex side of him, but it also just completely changed his character, and like he wasn't even Superboy anymore, and he was just being an ass. And I'm like, this is the final season, guys. Yeah. Let him be more embracing Superman's side, because you could have done the Lex stuff in season 3. Yeah, because in season 3 he could have embraced his Lex side, and then season 4, give us the Superboy that we want to see, that you established in season 2, and you're preparing us for the Superboy, and then we go another direction and come back to it.
So, like, individually, so many good characters. I thought Beast Boy was really strong in that show. Yeah. They didn't do a lot with him until the very end. Raven was so weird. Like I don't know. I don't think they know what they wanted to do with Raven. It was like she was just kind of thrown all over the place. I thought Starfire was really good when they did that dumb shit with Blackfire, or where they switched powers or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, for what purpose? What purpose did that serve? Because they never followed up on it because they were ending the series.
And when did she learn how to fly? And how? Why is it like she just jumped and she just knew?
That's the same question that I asked the night of the Flash finale. I was like, "Wait, she can fly now?"
Well, there's just certain things that just there's certain things that just happen now.
Cecile can do anything she wants.
Like, why did you remind me of Cecile in the finals of the Flash? Like,
this is Cecile's world, and we just live in it.
I could not understand how in the final few seasons these speedsters just loved forgetting that they were speedsters. So we're going to have, like 10, 12, however many Godspeed clones there were, like all failing to kill this one person who's moving at normal speed.
Right.
The one thing I wish they would explain is where's the training session of creating a lightsaber out of lightning and shields and lassos?
Yeah. I'll even one up that and go, how does Allegra take out Reverse Flash with one attack?
I'll one up that even further and go, how does Reverse Flash fail to kill Chester after electrocuting him for over a minute when you've seen Thawne kill multiple high-powered heroes?
Because he had black hole powers.
Like I was going to say, that was their explanation, and also, too...
That was the one thing they actually did have an explanation for.
And why did Cobalt Blue have, supposed to have 2 different entities and only get red lightning? He should have went Cobalt Blue,
because unfortunately it was rushed. The Allegra thing, the only thing I can think of, and this is the only thing I can really, because if you think about Allegra's powers, they never actually explain them or address them to any significance of how strong she is.
Except they only work on light metas. That was one of the things they kept saying.
But they literally just make it so non-specific. They just make it a generalized thing of her powers, and she's never actually fully embraced and actually used, because she never uses her powers ever. So now when she actually does, you just have to accept it. And but I don't, because unless you actually gave us say they give an episode, because they've done centralized episodes about Allegra. If they actually would have actually further developed into her, okay, when she goes into the Super Saiyan ability, which she does, if they would have actually explained what her power level is, what she can actually do, how strong she is, I might be able to understand why she was able to Reverse Flash out with one hit. But
so
they never did that.
Anime. I'm glad you know that.
It's
anime.
over.
I was just thinking of something for a second. Think of the last like superhero team we had on the Flash. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
Sucked.
Barry is the weakest of them.
That's true.
I mean,
How?
they quote unquote think. I guess they thought they could get away with the whole, Zoom being taken out on one hit because, this character is just, she's the Avatar. She's a god. She can do anything.
yeah, she's a god.
That one I can buy though because she is a god.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never liked the idea of them introducing a third character that Daniel Panabaker plays in the last season, and then you're just
We had like 37 Wells characters, so
That's true.
That's true, but they didn't introduce a new
John Wesley Ships played multiple characters.
That's true.
Michelle Harrison.
I get that. But they didn't introduce a brand new one in the very final 13 episodes and then try to make you care about them.
Yeah, that's a thing. I think if they would have done, say, Frost's death in season 7, and then have her introduced as this goddess character in season 8, and then have this Caitlyn in season 9, maybe that would be seen as a better alternative. Because instead of giving us Caitlyn in some sort of like, even though Cisco's not there, giving us Caitlyn, the original Caitlyn, in a sense, in the final season versus the last 10 minutes or less, would probably be a better fit for fans.
I also want to point out, and this was one of my issues with it when it happened. Remember we talked earlier and I said that I don't usually complain about storylines on shows or whatever. The one thing that bugged me was when we established early on that Caitlyn was dead, essentially, on the show, there was no actual ceremony or goodbye episode or anything like that. Everybody just sort of went on with their lives like nothing had happened or whatever. And what bugged me about that was we knew, at least a lot of us knew, that the chances of seeing her come back at the end of the series was pretty high because like we didn't think that whoever this other character was, because we didn't know the name at the time, was going to end up replacing her all the way through the whole season. We didn't think that. The issue was that there's people on the show didn't know that. So there should have been some sort of like ceremony, even if it was off screen. Maybe at the beginning of the next episode, we see them all dressed up, walking out of a room going, it was really nice to pay respects to her or all this, or something that sort of acknowledged that she was gone. And they never did that.
It took them like 2 months to even address it because like they have the episode where she's dead. And then I think they don't even bring it up actually and address it in detail until the Bloodwork episode.
Right.
Which is, I think the only reason they did that is just because, hey, like we as the writers know she's not dead, so we'll just pretend that everybody knows.
And the fact that she's playing two different characters diminishes her the sadness or the draw of her.
We already
dying.
had a funeral for Frost, so people are like, why would we do one for Caitlyn? Because we just had one for Frost. Which, by the way, another thing is she's walking around as somebody else completely, and somehow people confuse her for Frost, who died 2 years before this. That was a publicly known death that everybody knew about. Why would they confuse her for Frost instead of Caitlyn? That didn't make any sense either.
Because they probably never saw Caitlyn in that bar, but they saw Frost in that bar.
That would be even weird. That would be even more weird. Like that would be really fucking weird.
Well, I'm not saying it wouldn't be weird, but I'm saying that's probably why they thought of her as Frost instead of Caitlyn.
I would still say, like, unless she's a zombie, she's up there singing karaoke. Like, come on.
This is the same. This is the same kind of complaint about. These are the same people that were working on the show that also gave us Sharp back in episode 6. I thought that was going to be a good thing to, because did anybody? Well, I know because it's a budget thing. What I'm saying is, did anybody actually care that Sharp was brought back?
No.
No one cared. No one. And I get the whole budget thing, but I just feel like, guys, you could have done something more interesting within a budget. And I just feel like Sharp was not the way to go. But like Candace said before,
they might have had better ideas, but they fell through for whatever variety of reasons, right? I'm not sure if you've seen, but yesterday I quote tweeted a long thread from a writer explaining all the things they have to deal with as writers.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is like, you have to be able to adapt your script possibly on hours notice. So they might have had things set up and 5 days before filming, they're like, that actor's no longer available. We need a completely new idea. And she might have been available.
Okay, I think you said that she might be local. So that probably
I think she is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's local?
Sharp.
Sugarland Beard.
Actress.
Yeah.
And also, I didn't like how they like gave Dreamer another power that we're never going to see again.
Yeah, that's
It is
also a good
really-
point.
It is
Can
really
I
weird how when you think about it, in the final season of The Flash isn't around for about a third of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So I want to point out the thing about Dreamer that was most frustrating for me is I love Nicole, and so having her come back was fine. I was like, okay, this is a lot of fun to have her back on the show. But the people that came to watch the show, because we would do a watch party every week, and there's like 4 or 5 friends that come over, and they didn't watch Supergirl.
So
they
no
had
idea.
Right. When that episode was on, we had to stop every 4 or 5 minutes and explain why this was happening or what was going on. And although I do love the connectivity to it, I think it was too detached from the Flash TV show for like people that didn't watch Supergirl. It didn't make a lot of sense.
So I have to ask, did that same group of people also not watch Batwoman and got equally confused when Ryan showed up in the final season?
Well, the thing about it was they knew who Batwoman was, so they weren't super confused about that. They're like, "Oh, that's the new Batwoman." Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
They didn't complain too much about that because they just didn't care.
Did
But
they?
the thing about the Dreamer episode was there was lore and backstory and so much character stuff you needed to know about Dreamer to understand that episode.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is too, it's so weird how polarizing. We mentioned this earlier about season 9 is, where it's also the same season that finally gave us that our Barry is now the Barry in the house.
Yeah,
the full circle moment, and then of course the Oliver return episode, which I think was phenomenal. But I think it's partly due because we finally got Kid Flashback. We got Bloodwork, who's a great villain and all that. But
probably the only great Eric Wallace villain, I would say.
Bloodwork?
Yeah.
And I think Stephen Amell obviously elevated that because everyone was like, "Oh my god, they actually got Stephen back."
We got Green Arrow back in the same episode as Bloodwork. That was
that's crazy that they pulled that off. Of course, and David Ramsey, Diggle's there too, and they actually have a closure moment where they can actually say goodbye in a sense to each other,
right.
which they never got.
And they also closed that box thing.
Yeah, they finally closed up that box storyline, which.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that, but so be it.
I feel like that was like it was a setup that unfortunately just couldn't pay off because I bet regime changes and things change behind the scenes that they were like, well, you can't open that box. You literally cannot open that box.
But you know what the problem is? That David Ramsey dragged people too far.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Because he kept saying things like whenever they were like not looking likely at all, he would come up and say, hey, there's this thing that's in talks, and then no one would hear anything.
He would keep getting people's hopes up every 4 to 6 months.
Like I think he would go to like conventions and he would say things on stage and to people that would then go to social media and post stuff like, "Oh, David told me this," and it's like, okay, look, he can say all he wants what he wants to happen or what he's hoping, but the thing is that it's the writing's on the wall for the last couple of years since they introduced it. There is no real movement on it. They keep circling the same storyline over and over and over with him and hearing voices and stuff, and he's never actually opened the box. He doesn't know what's inside it. It's never
progression. Yeah,
you're never going to see the ring. It's never going to happen.
The only time you would see it is with that behind the scenes photo that they showed of David Ramsey in the box beside him.
But once they said that he has, because see, I thought when he looked inside the box and saw the glow that he saw its ring. But when he later says, as Diggle in, I think the Flash or some point, he says, "I've never actually seen what's inside." That tells me we're never going to get this. It's never going to happen because he's never actually seen inside the box.
What pissed me off is the fact that Diggle from Superman and Lois had the exact same thing in the exact same backstory, in the exact same clothes.
And the same clothes. The same clothes was the one that triggered me.
Yeah. So apparently because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the season of Superman and Lois get cut short 2 episodes?
No.
I thought that they were going to.
It actually grew 2 episodes.
Oh. I thought that they were going to explore. Like I thought they were going to bring David Ramsey back at some point.
They were, but I think they said there was some conflict of time or interest or something like that in it. I don't remember.
Yeah, also, too, it's funny how, as you mentioned that in the season 2 finale, where they confirm that it's not the same Earth.
Yeah,
they have David Ramsey show up looking exactly like he did in his last appearance in the Arrowverse. Yeah, and he shows up in the diner. So Bruno Mannheim, and you're like, wait, we just confirmed it's not the same Earth, and he's just showing up.
Yeah,
same look. not even wearing a beanie, like nothing to make it seem like this is a different guy.
Not like one has a mustache and the other one doesn't. No, just
my God.
completely.
Not only that, but I'll be honest, and we don't have the shot for shot next to each other, but I think he wore the same outfit in one of the episodes as he
100% he did. That's what we were saying. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's like he literally walked off the set of one, went on the set to the other.
And what was kind of funny is he actually came up to Todd Helbing and says, "Do you want me to cut my hair? Do something different?"
That's true. And Todd Helbing said no.
Nope.
Yeah.
Did he seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my God, man.
He could have done something because he had the beard, right? The last time he popped up in the Arrowverse,
something.
I believe it was the Flash episode where he's in the prison reverse Flash. Like he had the beard and everything. All they had to do was just trim it down or shave his face, and then just have something where it's slightly different.
I mean, apparently it is not hard.
Shave isn't a good thing, George Clooney.
Apparently,
it is not hard for him to do that. Like, I watched Stephen Amell film 2 scenes one day in completely different looks. One, he had the fucking island hair, and then 8 hours later, he was fucking normal Oliver. And I'm like, they're capable of doing these things.
They could
in the same day.
They could have given Diggle an afro or dreads.
I actually think if I remember correctly from that interview, I think he read what they were doing, and that's why he suggested he should look different. And Todd Helbing was like, no.
Well, because what he read, he's like, okay, so I need to switch it up. Like, no, it's like it's lazy. It's lazy on Todd's part to say that, like, because it wasn't like he went to David and go, hey man, I just want to let you know you don't have to change your look. He himself went up to him like, hey, look, I'm reading this. You want me to change my look? You want me to look a little different? Like, it would make sense, right? And he's like, no. Like,
especially because it would have been so easy to do, because we all know Diggle from his time on Arrow. When he came back, he had, the bit of the fro was starting to grow in, had the beard. Yeah. It would have taken nothing for him to be like, shave it down to how you used to look before, so that people can familiarize your character with who we're talking about. Yeah. Great.
And if you watch his 5 appearances throughout the Arrowverse, you can see the beard growing.
Yeah.
And that reminds me too of whenever, I can't remember what season this was. I think it was 7 in Arrow, where they brought Colin Donnell back as Tommy, but then he just has a full-on beard in his appearance.
Yeah. He's the ghostly vision where Oliver's like dying or something. He's stuck.
Yeah,
it gets weird. It gets to the point where Diggle, his beard's just down here, like he's Santa Claus, right? He just comes in the frame with a Santa Claus outfit, just beard down to here.
Diggle Claus.
Diggle Claus. We just made a new character, Diggle Claus. Someone go make a Photoshop of Diggle in a Santa Claus outfit with a big beard.
And then put it next to the God Diggle Speed one.
Oh my God. Diggle Claus.
Get out your own Diggleverse.
It has just put a Santa hat on top of Diggle's season 4 helmet and then put a beard on it.
Oh my God.
You're starting the Diggleverse.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
Justice you, anybody?
Oh my God.
just David Ramsey playing 6 different characters that are all him.
and the fact that when Justice U was announced or in development, I was thinking back to the season 2 finale of Superman and Lois. I'm like, there's no superpowers on, so how are they supposed to make Justice U?
It's like, does the U stand for underpowered?
He also extended that on too. Like David Ramsey would like keep talking about how they're still working on it, and I'm like,
I think legitimately behind the scenes there probably was still discussions about it, but it was kind of that thing of like, oh yeah, I still got to clean up the attic. Like, you don't do it, but you talk about it.
And then during season 3, they confirmed that there is a metahuman called Amanapia who doesn't have gold K or whatever powers that come from that crystal. She was a full metahuman back in the past, before season 2 actually, that. So I'm like, they just retconned their own.
I mean, technically before season 1.
Yeah. Because how a Green Arrow villain pops up on a Superman show? I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
Range.
I also want to point out that they never addressed it. And several people told me they didn't care, but I cared. I wanted to know how she got her powers.
Yeah.
That was important to me. But apparently a lot of people overruled me on that one. So
I don't know why that's such a habit. Why that became such a habit in later seasons of those shows is like there will be these big, important things that they bring up and these things that they establish, but then they never answer them.
The only reason I even care is because of what happened in season 2, where they pointed out there were no superheroes. So you mean to tell me that the only people with superpowers on this earth are villains? Because that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if that's the way you want to run it, you could do that, but that would lead me to believe that, like, clearly they got their powers from somewhere. I actually thought maybe she'd gotten her powers from Lex, and maybe that was the connection between her and Lex Luthor.
That could have been a whole storyline.
And Oliver dying on 2 Earths at the same time.
Yeah,
because didn't the version of Diggle from Superman and Lois, didn't he even say he had a friend named Oliver that died?
Yeah. No. He actually confirmed Oliver, and he referenced Crisis.
Yeah, he does.
And they referenced the Crisis.
Yeah, but Becky also referenced Crisis. I mean, everyone knows about Crisis.
Wow, that took you like not a lot of time.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's Diggle Claws. He's got your presents, kids.
Yeah, when Diggle shows up, there, he references the events, like, because he talks about like the sacrifice that was made and things like that. He talks about it in that episode as if in past tense. He speaks of Oliver in past tense.
Yeah.
And so it's just the fact that they set it up to be that way. It was really weird.
And I'm wondering, like, at that time when season 1 was written for Superman and Lois, were they thinking of Earth? Was that it was Earth Prime? Or did they decide, like, later on? Because we don't know when they made this decision, because they just kept egging us on we'll let you know. Like, we'll let you know.
I think it was either a very late decision, or they knew early on and they just didn't want to tell anybody.
Yeah, because there was because I think originally in the pilot for Superman and Lois, they had a picture of Melissa Benoist as Kara, and then that was removed, and other things that were potentially tying in. And I think in season 1, I think Lois mentions Crisis. I think she actually addresses it. I think there's a scene where they're in the truck and she mentions it, like, at some point. So I think you're right. I think it was a late decision, because they're like, well, let's actually not tie it in. But they've been asked for the longest time. So when you're gonna have so and so? Oh, it'd be awesome. But like, it'd be great to have Grant on, which that's what you say when you're asked a question. But like, I don't get it.
Yeah, because I remember there was a time where they back before we knew it was on a different Earth. Wasn't there a planned crossover where Superman and Lois was going to have a crossover with Batwoman at some point?
That was for season 1. Season 1. Yep.
And the showrunner, Carolyn Reese, she came out on social media saying, "This is the first time I'm hearing of it." Her first time hearing of the crossover was being announced. She didn't know this was happening. Obviously, it didn't happen, but that was that tells me, like, there's no communication over there, because how you're the showrunner of one of the shows in the crossover, and you weren't told about it until it came out in the news. Yeah. Like, that's a little strange to me.
And then pretty much as soon as Ruby Rose left, I think that killed any chance
everything
of
changed.
Happening.
Everything changed, because they basically had to restart without rebooting season 1.
It was also right at the point of COVID too. So
but then they would recast Kate later anyway.
And my other kind of problem is how do they know about Ryan Wilder besides the Armageddon? Like, there was no reaction. Like, you Batwoman?
Yeah,
they loosely connected it through Supergirl being like, there's like these. How what did they say?
Get together.
Like Supergirl.
It's like these Sunday brunches or whatnot.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I can't remember. And
that was their "we need an excuse" line, and someone in the studio was like, "How about this?" And they're like, "Go with it."
Yeah,
because we have nothing else.
Yeah, because what they could say is, without showing it, in Elseworlds they met Kate, and so the people in some of the other shows kept in contact off camera, off screen, and then they found out that Kate's disappeared, and then Kate's moved on. She was found, and then we have Ruby, who's now taken over. Not Ruby, sorry. You know what I'm trying to say, Ryan. Yeah. It's fucking midnight. I'm tired.
Ryan.
Ryan. So I'm thinking that's how they address it without actually showing it Because once you mention that brunch, all I want to see is an episode of that.
Yeah.
Just to see how ridiculous is that going to be.
Is it not weird too? I just want to point this out because I was thinking about it. So do you guys remember in the Red Death arc where they established Ryan is missing, and that's where they're able to create that whole mystery? Oh, who is this Red Death? Even though we know who it is already. And then when Ryan just comes back in the end to help fight Red Death, they never explain where Ryan was.
No, that was something I brought up several times.
Yeah.
Because the thing was that was supposed to be the mystery, I think, for us to try and piece together that Red Death was Batwoman, because a lot of us we knew already, but the casual viewers, they were supposed to piece that together, but then they never set up why she was missing in the first place, which makes it seem like it was just a completely forgotten plot point.
Yes.
It's like they don't realize that Canadagraphs right over here will taking pictures.
Exactly. It's like, hey, we're not going to tell you about this, but these things that happen in the same episodes that you saw 30 minutes ago and probably remember, we're going to flash back to all this stuff anyway and treat you like an idiot.
Well,
it drives me so nuts how many shows use flashbacks to inform viewers of things that. Yeah, I get there's some people that don't watch every week. I understand that, but that's on them, not me.
I also want to point out that
in the same episode, like in one of the Cobalt Blue episodes, they flashed.
Yes, they did. You're right.
They did it twice.
Yeah.
In one episode, they did it twice.
I want to point out also with Batwoman missing, it would have made more sense to me that Red Death had kidnapped her and locked her up.
Yeah,
that's a very simple way to explain.
That's what I thought they were going to reveal that she did.
That's what I thought happened too. Because
I thought it was going to be revealed that,
like, where the hell was she?
Yeah,
because no one on Team Batwoman knew where she was.
And when she's talking to when she's talking to Iris, she's like, "Oh, and like I, got my way over here." I'm like, "You got from Gotham to Central City this fast?"
How did she know that Red Death was her? At that point, no one knew that except for Team Flash.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought the reveal was going to be that, like, because when Barry was kidnapped and we have the whole room where she's trying to create a new, like a way to get back, and she's trying to get the help of all the rogues and what they're trying to build. I thought it was going to be revealed that she had captured her so that just in case Ryan was to show up or something, that or they get a hold of Ryan and then she tries to infiltrate and talk to Iris, that they'll piece it together that this is not the same person.
The fact that Ryan just happened to be missing while this other Ryan was
like.
Yeah.
And then eventually they explain, this Ryan is from another Earth.
And the other thing that I find a little weird is once Team Flash knows that this is a version of Ryan, did they not like phone Gotham and be like, by the way, we have a weird Ryan here, and you're telling me Luke or her girlfriend, whose name I'm forgetting now, didn't come to check it out? Sophie, didn't come to check it out?
Yeah. If they're apparently close enough to go to Sunday brunch all the time, wouldn't they want to?
Yeah, you would think.
Not only that, but if that Ryan wasn't established as a Ryan from another Earth, then for them, as far as they know, it was the same Ryan. Like why would they be confused by that?
And also,
this one just has white hair now.
They kept confusing. They kept teasing it could be the Ryan from Armageddon. Like, they kept like hinting at it being like it's another timeline, and then they also like at the end of one episode she says worlds.
Okay, I also want to point out that retcon that they did about it being like multiversal. Yeah, that works in the sense of if something was accidental, like if it was accidental in terms of like how things were functioning. The way that Red Death talked about it was she had done this before, meaning she had traveled before. So if it's not time travel and it is multiversal, you mean to tell me that she was somehow accessing the multiverse all of this time without by the way, Team Flash was one of the last people to find out the multiverse still exists. Like everybody,
I know, right?
The fact that she was doing that using the method that you would do to do time travel makes no sense in the context of the show. It's two completely different things. So how in the world did she travel from one multiverse to another time traveling?
Because she wanted to get nuts, so she got nuts.
I guess.
I still couldn't believe when they brought that back.
Of course it did.
But she came over and she's like, when she's talking to Iris, she's like, in every timeline, you are the lightning rod or whatever, blah blah blah, etc. etc.
Yeah.
So was she going to other timelines or was she going to other Earths? How would she not be able to make that distinction? How can you be so smart but also be so stupid?
Mm-hmm.
That just doesn't add up. She built a suit that runs at super speed. that connects to the artificial Speed Force.
Yeah.
And you made a good point. How does a cosmic treadmill get you to another timeline? Because you have to go sideways, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The cosmic treadmill goes backwards and forwards, not across, because we'd never seen anything like that, which is what annoyed me. Like I always go back to Jay Garrick's explanation because he would know more than anybody else how time travel works.
The cup, yeah.
Right. He's like, you'll never ever be able to go back to a timeline that you have changed. You can fix it, but there's always something that's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that when you travel through a timeline and you hop from one to another, there's no do-overs. It's like once you've done that, you've done that. There's no way to really fix that. And so that explanation made sense for almost the entire series until season 9. And then all of a sudden it's like we can jump from one timeline to another.
And the thing is, like as you said, that there's no actual setup to explain it. And I feel like that's the problem with a lot of things that these shows at some point we're trying to do is like we could explain it, but we don't have the time because we have other things we have to get to.
Yep.
And it's like that's not our problem. You guys should have been able to figure this out because now you're confusing your audience.
We have to do episodes about gambling, and we have to do episodes about Allegra. We don't have time to explain the stuff.
And the thing
really
is,
matters.
all we're asking is for explanations. That's just people talking in a room, or at least give us something. But no,
like one little throwaway line of dialogue would have done the trick.
The one thing I had a problem with one of the metahumans is Roy Bivolo. Like they like changed a specific picture in that whole book of Cisco. You know, like he's like he was not in there for the for season 6. He was placed in season 7. They like changed out a photo, put him in there, and then I was like. And then they introduced like he's not there. It's a new chick, you know, as Rainbow Raider. And then he comes back and he has another power.
Well, how is Becky Sharp still alive?
Exactly, and also like Roy Bivolo could only do anger. How is it now he can do fear? I know that in the comics he can do every freaking emotion, but he should be able to show us that he can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can you imagine the whole result that would have happened of if they showed every emotion, Cecile would have had a field day.
Oh my god! Yeah. But the fact that we have the episode with Hazard at the very beginning where she's like, "I was dead and then I wasn't."
Yeah, I think that was Crisis.
That was
I
so
guess.
stupid.
I don't know. I guess it's Crisis.
Yeah, because
but the fact that she was aware of it. The fact that she was aware of it.
Oh, there was a press release that went out telling all the people in the past, like, by the way, just so you know, there was a crisis event.
And like that whole thing.
Didn't you see that in the Central City Citizen front page?
How does somebody like Grodd know about Crisis, for example?
Right.
I never understood that.
He gets the newsletter.
He gets an email. Update.
Yeah.
His is more plausible because he can read people's minds.
Maybe, but Hazard acknowledges that she was dead before and she's not dead now. Like, how would she know that?
Maybe her luck was so good that she was able to reverse her own death. Because the thing is, they don't explain it, and that's a good point too. Like, instead of like, okay, could you give us an explanation of how she found out she was back from the dead, like how she knows? No, we're bypassing it. We're bypassing it.
We gotta have Cecile sense something, so we don't have time for this.
We also need to have Cecile and also Allegra at one point reference as Cecile Superwoman.
That stupid damn sound effect every time the emotion goes off.
Yeah, that one. Also introducing that mystery book in the first episode or whatever.
Yeah, well, that
randomly bringing it back at times and then forgetting it existed.
I have a real weird thing with that because, sure, we saw Barry burn the book, but Barry's like able to like speed read shit, so he would have had like all that memorized.
Yeah.
And as Cameron Walker pointed out, that whole like multiverse doppelgangers doesn't make sense because the rules are different on each show.
They were on Supergirl. They had them for an entire like not the whole season, but most of the season, and nothing really happened. But then on Batwoman, it was like killing Alice.
And then on Superman and Lois, they have a headache.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like they would do it. They didn't do it for a long time, but whenever they had that on Flash, like two of them were at the same time, they just shared life stories. Nothing happened.
And then Flash, and then on the Flash, nothing happened.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's interesting because like after Crisis is where all the shows started kind of going off like the beaten path. But before Crisis, it was like it was never like addressed to the point of like, okay, so we have two versions of Barry, Savitar and this version of Barry in the same timeline, and nothing's being messed up or anything. And then as soon as Crisis was, okay, so we have to make it to where the one of them is going to have to die on Batwoman, or the other, like one has to die because they both can't live at the same. It's like
neither can live while the other survives.
And I think, yeah,
it's like Highlander.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm assuming most, if not all of you, watched like the Daredevil universe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did they ever have any of these issues with the shows having something? One show did something, and the other show was like, you know what? We're going to do it completely different.
No, because they never the shows did that one crossover series together, like midway through.
Yeah.
But they were all street level. There wasn't any like.
Yeah, there's never any
magical
cosmic
stuff.
things.
Like there was no cosmic superpowers, anything there. They were all, brawlers.
Because all of their powers were relatively understandable. Like, Luke Cage
Yeah.
was
I'm just wondering if part of the reason they were able to make it work is because they did not have all these shows going on at the same time. They were able to get their ducks in a row because show A would come out, show B would just be like, okay, these are the things we can't do. Instead, the Arrowverse was just like 5 different people. You can come up with your own ideas.
You know what? Then I feel like there should have been some sort of
an overall showrunner for all 5 shows.
Well, at least to establish the rules after Crisis, so that when the people write it, they know.
And I thought that was going to happen because when Mark Guggenheim was the one behind Crisis and setting it all up and getting it executed, I would have thought that, okay, this is what happens. And the thing is, too, some of the shows actually use that to their effect. Like they brought back a version of Alice after Crisis. Like, okay, the timeline and the whole Earth's changing, Earth Prime and Earths were merging and everything. So, okay. But other shows, they didn't address shit. Like Supergirl reset their entire storyline again. Like instead of like, we're going to continue where we left off of, we just reset the whole thing.
And you jump into it midway and you're expected to follow up on everything by the end.
Yeah.
Well, I also want to point out that they put National City right next to Central City, basically across the water.
Why do they have to make all these
cities? Well, all their borders are like the 4 corner states.
Why do they have to make all these cities with heroes in them sister cities? I don't understand.
Well,
I don't know.
I was going to say also
it hasn't made sense since 2016 when Zack Snyder put Gotham next to Metropolis.
That's true.
Made sense since then.
That's true.
The funny part is there's one scene in one of the seasons, I can't remember where it is, where Cisco shows a map of the U.S. and you see all the cities around, and they're not next. I think National City and one of the other cities are close to each other, but the rest are like apart.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they all seem to share these 4 corners where everyone just overlaps each other.
It was the same episode where he's like, I don't remember owning this shirt.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But I'll say this, like the other thing is that with Batwoman, with the writers, and I don't know for sure how the writers' room work. I do know that there is some communication with them, but not like they're not next to each other. You know what I mean?
No.
But if you're writing an episode where you're addressing something like a doppelganger, wouldn't you go, hey, maybe we should talk to our EP and maybe they should make sure that this is the actual way this works before we write it, because otherwise we're going to be stepping on toes of other shows that have already done it. Maybe there wasn't enough time. Maybe the turnover rate is
I don't know how fast they have to get a script done. I don't know how fast they have to turn around a script. I'm not sure.
Like I said, I'm always willing to give writers some benefit of the doubt, simply because like that thread that I mentioned earlier, you look at all the things they have to put up with on a daily basis. There's a lot of times where they probably have an idea and just all of a sudden they have to change their focus in 2 days.
Yep.
But there should be one person on each show. Their only job in the world is watching the other shows. Mm-hmm. They don't need to write. They just need to watch the other shows, and a writer comes in and goes, we want to do this thing. And they can be like, so Supergirl already did this thing, and this is how they did it.
Yeah.
So
that's all they needed. One on each show.
So the thing that gets me, I will say this, is when a show establishes a set of rules, and then not even to the point where another show comes in and does something different but similar, to the point where that same show then breaks its own rules. Like,
Yeah.
the thing I'm talking about, for example, with this is, how Flash introduces time travel, and like the whole, sorry for the stutter, the whole thing with the butterfly effect, and so we're gonna, we're gonna say very early on in the show that you have to be very careful with time travel. You can only like if you make the slightest little bit of a change. By the way, just a small little side note: a time wraith never came after Nora whenever she was back there in the past.
Nope.
That's true.
But also, I will say this: the fact that adult Nora is just holding her younger self.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure people got photos of that, which means Nora, when she's older, will look at a picture of her being held by Nora.
Oh God! I
And
didn't
how-
think about that.
And how the heck did Dawn's daughter or potential daughter looked exactly the same as Nora, just with a black wig?
That was really dumb.
Well, because the implication is that the version of Eddie's daughter would have to look different because Nora is
different DNA.
Yeah, different DNA, like a different father entirely. So how would that work? And I think it's because they didn't want to get another actor to be a stand-in for those shots. And the thing is too, you have her being another version of Nora essentially, or this other kid for Cobalt Blue for Eddie, because we recognize that as the daughter of Iris. So that's probably why they did that. But I think your point's valid. They should have got somebody else.
And I feel also, like they look at it as, she's appearing in this episode. We're paying her anyway, so we might as well use her.
Might as well.
That's 100% how it happened.
When I saw it, I immediately thought, like, are they really going to do Lost twin brother? From a Barry, because that would make a lot of sense.
Cobalt Blue story, yeah.
I had so many issues with that Cobalt Blue story. The main one was the fact that we had the convoluted crystal connected with the negative speed force, which I thought was the dumbest thing. Pick one or the other. It didn't make sense.
Yeah, because it came out of nowhere. It wasn't like that's been established before with the negative speed force.
Yeah, I always hate whenever those forces are given sentience. I never liked that. Like whenever they're actually given bodies.
Well, I'm trying to figure out too, because the whole point, like I said, the crystal. I don't understand why this was introduced in the last. I know it's in the season 8.
It's like the very
credit,
end.
But why is this a main thing for the negative speed force when literally they've had opportunities to introduce this thing before and they never did?
Because way back in season 5, when the negative speed force is first brought in, where Thawne talks about it with Nora, that's never brought up.
I'm wondering.
The negative speed force is supposed to be like the positive speed force. Why is there no crystal connected to the positive speed force?
Yeah. Well, I'm also thinking, like, did the negative speed force create this crystal because it needed because maybe like its past host in terms of like the person who basically is controlling it have failed, so they want to use this crystal as a way to try to find, like, it's supposed to find the right person. I don't even know
why is it the negative speed force is like always described as red, so why is it blue?
Should be a red
explanation for that.
Well, I think it's blue because Cobalt Blue. I think it should have been red. Like it should have been red. It should have been
Cobalt Red.
Cobalt Red, which is dumb as hell. Let me a version of that suit in red.
I will say, if there was one thing they nailed, and they did only nail one thing, it was the Cobalt Blue design.
Oh, I like the suit. Yeah, the suit's awesome.
I don't think that we needed the connection of the negative speed force to Cobalt Blue, because if you look at the comics, it's about the negative energy within that family, not the negative speed force. So the fact that they did that was just like, why are you connecting that? Because he got struck by the lightning, but then he had to have the crystal, and then the crystal had to jump through time, and then it's like, what is happening?
That's
why is it so confusing?
Because it kept jumping around.
Logic got stuck in the past with Thawne.
Well, I understand this point too, because Canada will mention, of course, the budget of it all, so they had to prioritize how they're going to do this. I think the one of the biggest problems in general, I think, of the Cobalt Blue storyline is that literally it felt really rushed once he became Cobalt Blue. Like it was in the last episode. Why wasn't this? I know they were building it up throughout his arc, but why did he not get the suit halfway through the penultimate episode in episode 12 before we get to the finale? And I understand budget-wise, we couldn't get all these actors there, and of course they had all the...
Well, even budget-wise, that's not a good excuse, because Rick Cosnett's in episode 12.
Yeah, well, and also too, all the villains are in the final episode. Maybe you could have saved some money with maybe having Zoom pop up in the episode prior. Maybe he gets taken out by the Team Flash.
No, because then you have to pay him for 2 episodes.
One, I'm saying like if he popped up not in the finale, but the episode prior only. What I'm saying is spread them out or did something.
Well,
else.
No, because the whole idea was to have them all come there at once as a big. Yeah.
But the problem that kind of breaks it is the fact that when you look at Team Flash's side, it's a joke. I understand that they defeat.
What are you talking about? They had Chilblain.
I know they had Chilblain.
I will say, even though
he was there in -7 without a shirt on.
I mean,
that's badass.
Even though season 7 is really bad, towards the end they at least had a good team of speedsters, minus Iris, but they at least had a good speedster team. And then they could have had that same team come together for 9.
Defunct, I think, pretty much broke the whole conversation.
Yeah.
I had to wait for it to show up on my screen because I can't read it on my phone.
That's fine.
The only problem I had with the whole full circle is that there's technically 5 berries in that house.
Yeah.
5?
Yeah, because you have season 1 Barry that pops in, original timeline Barry, little kid Barry.
Yep.
I forgot about little kid Barry. Okay.
Yeah. And then you had the one. Are we counting the Flashpoint one that goes in?
Yeah, the one that comes out in the street.
Yeah, and then the one that watches Thawne kill his mom again after sending him back.
It's a lot. All I'm going to say is I don't care because the way they did it was so good. Yeah. I love it because
Can you imagine?
I just wish they would have got rid. There's one thing. I wish they would have got rid of that horrible supporting cast montage in the beginning, because then that episode might have been a 10 out of 10 for me if that first bit was not there.
So here's the thing. They have to fill screen time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't have Grant do 42 minutes of screen time.
They could have done another flashback of something we saw like 5 seconds earlier.
I mean, because they clearly love doing the flashbacks.
Remember, the kid that plays young Barry died, so they used archive footage. So they could have done the archive footage of everyone just like at a different angle. Like they could have CGI'd a little bit.
Well, that's budget that they don't have. Right, so that you also got to take that into account. So the how they were able to pull off the episode and the fact that it really makes a lot of sense in terms of like Barry knew going in, saving himself, stopping, allowing reverse flash. Like he knew you're stuck. You're stuck in a loop you can't get out of. Mm-hmm. I thought it was amazing, and it's so crazy because it's in a season that a lot of people are really against. Like they see as one of the worst seasons. And it's like one of the best things the show's ever done.
And the crazy
it really did help that Matt's reverse flash was there for it.
Yep.
And the crazy part is if you had endured through this season, you watched the first 8 episodes, and then you finally saw episode 9, you'd be like, well, that's the best they're going to do this season. This is it. This is the peak of the show.
Yep.
And then the very next episode, they're like, hold on, we got something for you.
Which is why I was so mad about the way it wrapped up after that.
I personally, I'm one of those people, I can usually excuse away most things, but I find the last couple of episodes a little underwhelming for the fact that we had 9 and 10 being so strong.
Yeah. And it's funny because episode 10 was both written and directed by Airrcksreloaded. So you're thinking, where had this quality gone for 3 years, and then it immediately went away again.
And speaking of to kind of like also compare to the Flash movie where he pops his head out and you see 2 flashes at the same time, there should be like 20 when he kept going back in time.
I will say, though, the brilliant thing about that episode, the one thing that kind of hit the nail on the head for me, and it wasn't the pose of like the weight thing, because that was brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Was that they establish after that scene why Eobard is so like has a maniacal feeling about Barry, is what Barry says to him in that moment, and then that sets the path of why he kind of loses his mind going after Barry after that, which I thought was brilliant.
And it really does help that being at the end of the show, all of what's about to happen to him.
Yeah. You know that he's stuck. He can't get out of it. And like Barry very calmly knows. Like, and the thing is too, we saw this go down in the pilot. We saw it in the season 1 finale, like what was going on. And then now we finally, after all this time, finally see the conversation after, after Reverse Flash is stuck.
It's a great payoff for like watching the whole series. Like it's a great payoff.
Like it's kind of funny. The Flash we saw the beginning and the end, and the Reverse Flash we saw the end and the beginning.
Yeah. Literally the reverse.
Are we bummed out that we didn't actually see the origin story for the Reverse Flash in the future?
They did bits and pieces, or at least in terms of like him following, following Tom Cavanaugh's, Wells. We see that, but
I would have liked to seen it in when the Nora episode where they go into the future to where they should have seen the origin of that.
That would have been interesting. Yeah.
I'm gonna go back after I'm done with the stream and watch that one monologue with Barry against.
I think the Nora episode with her revealed to be talking to Reverse Flash in the prison, that was a big moment. Like, oh my god, are you kidding me? Yeah. What does this mean? Does this mean that Barry and Iris's kid's actually evil, and that realizing no, she's being manipulated because that's what Reverse Flash does.
That was episode 100, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a big episode overall.
By the way, the death of Nora on the show 1,000,000 times better than the movie. Like it was just so much better and so much more emotional.
Because you actually, you got to spend a lot more time with that version of Barry too. So you got attached.
Always remember, to make sure you buy your tomatoes.
Yeah.
This is the thing I've been saying to people for a while, and they're always like, "Oh, I prefer Grant Sperry over Ezra's and all that stuff," and I'm just like, you had 9 seasons of content to get used to with this, as opposed to one movie and a couple of guest spots. Like, if we'd had 6 Flash movies, I could see an argument.
Flashpoint should have not been the first Flash movie.
No.
Nope.
Also, too, with the death of Nora in the Flash movie, they say after the fact, "Oh, it was Reverse Flash." There's no indication whatsoever.
And also, Flashpoint. Sorry,
well, I would say, why would his father being there make any difference on whether or not they're Flash?
It doesn't. This is what I said when I joined when I was on vacation. I joined Lance's Party Nation stream and we were talking about the Flash movie spoilers, and I said, like, if Reverse Flash goes back in time and his dad, Barry's dad, is not gone, that would not change anything for him. It would just mean even further proof that he did it because he'd be the only one in the house that they could say killed Nora. So that's exactly what happens, of course, in the show, and of course in the comics.
Point of him being locked up was the fact that he was there in the house.
And so in this continuity, Barry runs down.
Like this. We can't see who he is. We can't tell. That's who that is in the house.
Yeah, and it's like Barry runs down, hearing his mom scream. There is no gust of wind, no lightning, nothing, no sound to indicate anything. And then all of a sudden, his dad, they're holding the knife because he's like, because obviously you don't take the knife out. You don't do that. No. But it's just really bad. It's a really bad setup because don't tell us in interviews after the movie releases when it bombs that, oh yeah, it was Reverse Flash. No, show us in the movie.
I just thought of something. Why would he kill her in that way if he wasn't trying to frame his father? Think about it. Because otherwise he would just do whatever he would do with his Reverse Flash.
Vibrate his hand through her chest.
He specifically used a knife so he wanted to frame someone else.
Yeah, because he did it in the show too.
Right. So the father being there or not being there is completely irrelevant to that.
No.
And I did have a little theory about how when the Flash traveled back in time for a day and went back to where the baby scene is and stuck his head out. I was thinking maybe the Reverse Flash did that and just stabbed her and then went back in his hole.
I mean, in this movie, they established that, so it's possible.
It is.
But I would think,
but the father still wouldn't being there or not being there still wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's
the only reason I can see the father being there mattering is the timing of framing him.
Yeah.
Because if he shows up an hour later, then you can't really frame him the same way. But if he's there at the time of it, then maybe he ends up getting killed at the same time and you don't have someone to frame.
Right, but the thing about it is if he's gone, if he's literally not there, then...
But that's why he needed him not there and show up coming back from the store.
Yeah.
But him being there, he couldn't see the Reverse Flash do it because it would just be like that.
Yeah.
He would just be standing there. There would still be no way to get away from that. He's standing in the room with her.
Thawne could have literally, because I think Thawne is a character, he relishes this moment. He's been dreaming of this moment. He wants to be there and not rush it. He doesn't want to run in and stab her and run out. He wants to relish in the moment. And I'm pretty sure if they were to do that flash sequel that Andy was teasing, like, I bet we would have seen that scene play out and see Thawne relish and really, I
would say chainsaw. The other thing is that that wouldn't he just kill Barry's father too?
Yeah, you would think. Yeah. I think maybe his whole point. I mean, in general, obviously, within the not that, but like in the show, we find out, of course, that his actual plan was to kill Barry that night.
Right.
So in this instance, I would think, I'm going to kill your mother and put your father away, and so you have nothing. But yeah, like, killing both would do the same thing, except he has no hope of getting the father. Yeah. But maybe the whole point is, I'm going to take your mother, and your father's going to be in prison, and you can never get him out. You can never get him.
But also, I would think the Reverse Flash in any context, whether it be the movie or the TV show, is smart enough that if that didn't work out, he would just do it something else. He wouldn't just give up and go, well, guess I screwed up. He would just do it again. Because we see that they can go into that time bubble and see how things play out. He could easily just do it a different way. Like what difference would it make at that point?
And I think 3W said this before, but I know people have mentioned this before. He's going back in time and looking through, like, sticking his head out into time. Yeah. How come he doesn't go back to see who killed his mom?
Right. Exactly.
He never does.
It's just really sad how both the movie and the show botched Flashpoint so badly. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, even because if you look at it the way it was done in the show, first of all, should have been way more than one episode.
Yep.
And also, it wasn't even, if I remember correctly, it wasn't even that different or worse than the other world that he had just left. And the only real difference was, I think Wally was the Flash, and there were like a few other differences here and there. Obviously his parents were alive, and Iris and Joe didn't know him, but there was nothing to suggest that there was anything wrong with this world because he never got to spend any time in it.
Right. The only thing that Flashpoint really did bad about when they brought it back was they killed Diggle's kid and changed him to a girl.
But in
the Flashpoint world, the only thing that happened that made Barry change his mind was Wally getting hurt.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah,
that was the only thing.
And also, I think Thawne was mentioning too. The longer we stay on this Earth, the more this is going to become permanent. You can't go back.
Right.
So that was also a threat there too. I'm not sure how late is it for you guys right now. I'm just curious how late.
It's almost 1 o'clock for me.
Almost 1 a.m. for me too.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jordan, you and I are in the same area.
We've been streaming for 3.5 hours.
Jesus.
I was going to say, I think I'm only about 4 hours north of you, or east of you, because
I'm at 12 a.m. right now.
Yeah, but I think with Chainsaw, Chainsaw is like
south. Yeah, you guys are both on the coast.
Yeah, we're on the coast. Yeah. We're going to go for a few minutes, guys. We're going to call it because I was not expecting a 3.5 hour stream, but this is fun.
Hey, you know what? These crossover events are longer, right?
Exactly. That's what Canada said. Like,
this is like a one.
Okay, so last question: are we going to get a Flash sequel with?
No.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if James Gunn, as we mentioned earlier, that James Gunn goes the route of Wally West as like our main Flash in the DCU. Not saying Barry is completely erased or not brought in.
Barry's a speedster who's just not doing it, and like Wally is the new Flash.
Or just have it to where Barry's being the Flash, but we're also following Wally West. And that's the focus of the movie. And then eventually we'll focus on Barry.
You look at what they did with, Wally in, the DCAU or whatever that animated TV verse was called. Wally was the main Flash then. He was the main Flash in comics for 20 years.
Yep.
And
they never addressed Barry in the DCAU. I don't think.
I don't think. And I even saw a video a few days ago. I didn't watch it. I just saw the cover. It said, "Does Barry Allen exist in the DCAU?" Because they never talk about him.
He probably does. But maybe in the same thing like the comics, like you're saying, he disappeared in the time.
Wait, they even show Jay Garrick in the DCAU, right? Don't they?
I think they might have shown his helmet, but did they show him?
They showed him in the Tomorrowverse.
Yeah, the Tomorrowverse, he's there.
Yeah, the original thing. Like
wait a minute. So,
by the way, if you want to watch Flashpoint, go watch the Flashpoint Paradox movie. The animated.
Yes, that's what you need to watch.
Yeah, good movie. I will say I did like the one-to-one that they did of using the Batwing as a conductor to get the powers back. I like that tie-in.
So it says this version of the character is exclusive to the continuity of the DCAU and is an adaptation of Jay Garrick, the original character. This version 5 is exclusive to the Justice League Unlimited spin-off comic.
Okay.
So it's a comic.
But he's in the comic though, so that's
he did not appear in the cartoon though a helmet resembling Jay Garrick's did appear in the Flash Museum in Flash and Substance episode, which is season 3, episode 5 of Justice League Unlimited.
Okay, which would suggest a JSA. Then that means there was a JSA at some point.
Yeah, in the continuity. So I'm guessing maybe their explanation is that Barry never existed in the DCAU.
Yeah.
And probably.
I remember this was like I think 17 years ago. There was a video game. You guys might know it. It was called Justice League Heroes.
Yes.
And yeah, they had during that time John Stewart was the main Green Lantern and Wally was the Flash, and they had that kind of to follow the status quo of the show's team, except for I think they replaced Hawkgirl with Zatanna. But they even gave that Wally from that game universe. They gave him a spin-off game. So people say, "Oh, there's there's no Flash games out there." There technically are a few. They're just not great.
Right. Just not good games.
And yeah, I remember they had one for the Sega Master Class way back when, where it was based off of John Wesley Shipp's show in the '90s. I don't even think the game was actually supposed to exist because of a lot of rights issues that were going on back then. So I don't think it was actually supposed to release.
It's really interesting. I'm doing a series of DC canvas paintings, oil on canvas, and I started today with Barry Allen. I think I'm going to do Barry Allen, Wally West, and Jay Garrick, all three of them.
Okay.
To do as a series. I might even do Impulse. I might do an Impulse one too. We'll see. But yeah, I like the idea of the Flash family. So that's why I love the shows where you get like the multiple versions. Because in live action, it's always like there's one of them gets knocked out because you only have like one speedster at a time. Yeah. Whereas in the cartoons, they just kind of take advantage of having like all the speedsters.
Yeah,
available.
Young Justice did that very well.
Yeah, Young Justice.
Justice.
Yeah, you had Wally, Barry, and Bart. Yeah.
When I first saw Fallout in the Flash, I literally thought they were going to introduce Bart because in Young Justice, his life was in danger.
By the way, bring Young Justice back. Great,
please.
There's a lot of there's a lot of cartoons where I could say, "Hey, bring this back."
Yeah, Jake. You also forgot Jake Erickson in that episode too. All 4 of them. It's all 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I forgot about that
because he was in retirement, and his wife is like, because I think at one point they needed his help, and Joan's like, just go. I know, because he's like, I know you're filling the ants.
Yeah, I remember that
because he goes out and he's not fast enough. He has to like bow out while everybody else is still doing stuff.
But it's a great moment because like he's done, and his wife is encouraging him. You got to go help them. You got to go.
That's why I'm so excited about my adventures with Superman is that the animated series doesn't shy away from being really amazing. Like they'll do whatever they want because in animation the limitations are almost non-existent. So
exactly.
I wonder with that Jay Garrick thing if. In the Flash Time episode where they first introduced the concept and then have Barry, Jay, and Jesse, the whole thing where like Jay comes in to help but then he tires out. I wonder if that was a reference to when the speedster showed up but then Jay tired out and he had to bow out. I wonder if they did that intentionally.
It's possible. I think it's more so like revealing that at a certain point speedsters, because I mean the assumption is that Jay Garrick's been has been the Flash for so long that eventually, that does wear and tear on your body.
Who played Jesse on the TV show? Violet Bean? Is that
Violet Bean?
Yeah.
Is she doing anything right now? Is she filming anything at the moment? I mean, not, when I say at the moment, I know the strike's going on, but is she currently on a show or something like that?
Well, there was a show I know she was on. I don't know if it's still going.
That was the show that took her away from, or like she wasn't on the Flash.
Well, she was filming something in Vancouver at the time that the Red Death thing was going on,
and
because
everyone
No, because she was filming.
Well, did they
take some time off?
Well, did they even confirm? Because I thought they never really clarified this. But did she survive the universe reset?
They didn't clarify it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they just kind of like
Yeah.
And also, Jay Garrick was said a few years ago that he's training a new speedster.
That never paid off either.
It never paid off.
And people were thinking that it was going to be a new version of Jesse Quick or something to that effect.
And you know what else is never going to pay off? Those 3 niche comic speedsters that Barry gave his lightning to.
Or Gleek the monkey after Crisis.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Or was that setting up Wonder Twins with AJ Alpha?
And the 100th episode introducing or hinting at Dawn and Dawn.
Yeah.
I will go on the record saying until we get something new in the DCU, I think the Arrowverse did more for DC than in live action than any of the movies have ever done.
And Smallville gave him the boost that he needed.
God friended me. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember God friended me, but I didn't know if they just decided not to bring her back for any reason or not.
I mean, it could be due to budget or just moving in a different direction with the storylines.
I wonder what happened with Patty Spivot. Patty Spivot never came back either. So.
Apparently, there was some fallout between her and like the showrunner or something like that at the time.
I could tell you what it is. So she came out with an interview. I wrote an article for this on my website. I remember this specifically. It's a big thing. So she admitted, she didn't say who, but we know it's Andrew. Mm-hmm. So she got cast on another show as a series regular, but the way they had set it up is that she could finish out season 2 completely without interfering with, filming of the Flash, and she could still go do the show. And I think she was only contracted until season 2, like throughout just that season. So Andrew found out about this, and he was really pissed off and wrote her off and got rid of her. Because he was just really, I guess he was really upset that she was leaving when I don't think she even had a contract past the season she was introduced.
Yeah, like they weren't planning on keeping her as it was.
Yeah. So she admitted, like, I signed to another show, but the way I set it up with that show and the way the deal was, I was going to finish out my season 2 obligations for the entirety of season 2 of Flash, and then I was going to move over because I wasn't contracted to come back in season 3. There was no deal. There was nothing done. And you're giving me a deal. I'm accepting, but it's not going to mess up my contract. Right. So they decided to write her off and get rid of her because he was upset. So she never said it, but we all know it because I think she mentioned it's a showrunner who no longer works over there. And so it's pretty clear who they're referring to. Yeah. So, and this was obviously way after the fact when she was completely done back in 2019 or something. I can't remember when it was.
One thing I kind of wanted her to come back for season 9 as like a kind of payoff, like saying goodbye to her character. I would have liked her to see Hot Pursuit. I would have liked to see a Crisis version of Hot Pursuit.
Oh.
Yeah, that'd have been cool.
I mean, it just sucks because things just like that kind of stuff happens, like where she's just wrote out. And so we couldn't have actually seen what they would have done with her character.
Right. It's like one of those things where I would have liked Hot Pursuit over like Becky Sharp for like.
is AK doing anything anymore, or does he pretty much disappear from everything after what happened on?
I assume he is probably just sitting back collecting royalty checks.
Wasn't there something that he was trying to develop something a couple years ago? I think there was something he was trying to get something and it never got made.
Did you ever meet him, Canadagraphs? Did you ever?
No. To be honest, I never paid attention to who the showrunners were until they started like becoming a nuisance.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I didn't know who any of them were until Mark Guggenheim started being a brat.
That's the first exposure I got to it also.
I have a photo of Andrew Kreisberg's chair from the pilot episode, but I had no idea who he was. I would take photos of the chairs back then so I could know who was on set.
What about Scott Buck from the Inhuman show?
That wasn't filmed here.
He's probably happy it wasn't filmed there.
No, I mean like just in general because he filmed that and Iron Fist. I didn't know if he did any shows in Vancouver or not.
Oh, he did.
Not anyone I'm familiar with. Like
he went from did he do Iron Fist or Inhumans first? I can't remember which one came first.
Inhumans first and then Iron Fist.
Okay, so he basically kept failing, unfortunately.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Kreisberg's done anything since the Arrowverse cut him loose.
Is it possible? This is a theory. I know we're wrapping this up, and I don't want to create too much, but
you're creating the drama.
Here we
go. Is it possible that people who get quote unquote canceled can still work using alternate names, like pen names or whatever? Like,
I mean,
you know what I mean?
You would have to.
I guess
you could, but
sure.
So let's say AK was signed on for another show under a different name. Somebody on that writing team or something would know who that actually is and reveal it, and it would cause all kinds of drama because they brought that person into writing a show.
Could you imagine? They're like, "Hey, Peter Smith is actually blah 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 blah."
Yeah, imagine say I know this would never happen, but it'd be so stupid. Imagine if AK was hired to write a part of a new DC show, just hypothetically, and let's say it was Peacemaker season 2. I know James Gunn writes all the scripts. But let's say hypothetically, if it came out that Peter Smith was AK, it would completely change people's narrative in terms of the Peacemaker
and any
show.
subsequent seasons would be completely tanked at that point because
it would just hurt the whole. Like, first of all, it would come into call into question James Gunn's. Obviously, James Gunn's had a past as well, but the allegations are
They'll
very
be like
different.
birds of a feather. Birds of a feather.
Do you know how you could get around this? I mean, you probably can't once the strike ends because I think it'll be one of the things that gets dealt with in the strike. But you could have like AK write something and then just be like, AI came up with that.
Oh,
The other HS.
Sad as I see that completely becoming one of their excuses with how AI is now, and how a lot of these writers are just considering having AI do the work.
Yeah,
Hartley Sawyer hasn't done anything since The Flash.
I was wondering if someone was going to bring that up.
Yeah, I was going to say it. I wasn't going to say it, but I was wondering if someone would.
I honestly thought about that earlier this week for some reason, because I was thinking, like, because every couple of months I would think, I wonder if he's posted since, and he still hasn't, as far as I know, on his social media.
He's probably at KFC working.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Hartley Sawyer.
Oh,
the Flash picking hasn't happened yet, has it?
They're not. I don't think that's even a thing yet.
Oh, I didn't know if they were going
to.
It's
just Arrow, but no, you definitely will not see Hartley Sawyer at a Flash picket to get together.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I remember at the time, because the reason why I brought it up is I was looking back on old live streams. Someone had brought up, and we actually discussed on a live stream about the whole Hartley firing, because it was like right after it happened. And some people were in the comments, and I remember people in general were just saying how, well, could Hartley come back? Like, well, first of all, unlike James Gunn, Hartley was fired, and on top of the statement that was sent out by DC TV and everything else, and the people behind the Flash, Eric Wallace made another personal statement on his own, and then the actors were sharing that James Gunn was getting support by his cast and fellow, directors after his firing, but Hartley had no support.
Yeah, Hartley didn't have that.
No.
There is a huge difference between the two cases. I mean, for one, James Gunn, big name. Most people who keep some eye on the celebrity world have heard of James Gunn. Mm-hmm. Hartley Sawyer probably couldn't get recognized in his hometown. Like, no offense, outside of Flash fans, no one knows who this guy is. Yeah, two different cases from a fame standpoint. Mm-hmm. Then there's on top of it that Hartley Sawyer is an on-screen face. Mm-hmm. He is a guy you see on screen. James Gunn, you don't see. James Gunn can do his work behind the scene. Hartley Sawyer's in front of the screen, and he's on a show that appeals to a younger demo. He's on a show that has a large female presence. There was a lot of problem factors for him. And then on top of that, I've said this forever. I've never confirmed it with anyone, but I am adamant that there was a discussion between the higher-ups down to the main actors, and they're like, does anyone have a problem working with this guy? And if they even had one person say yes, they couldn't bring him back. And someone probably said yes.
Grant Gustin was the one that said, I have a problem, because he literally posted a long...
I think Grant Gustin was probably doing that in the sense of just backing up what others... Like, once they had a decision, they're like... Yeah. Everybody has to be on board with it now.
And supporting Eric Wallace, the showrunner's decision, and his... Because Grant reposted Eric's personal statement on top of everything else on his stories.
And then, like Canada, what you said, like one, just as sad as it is, like one had a higher fame regard, one didn't, and they kind of thought, hey, like probably one of the reasons we're bringing Gunn back is he has a high standing, he can generate a lot of money, which clearly happened, and Hartley just didn't have that same buzz.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because it was all over old tweets, but I think it's just.
And the thing is, other people have done old tweets and not gotten any flack for it.
I really feel like the people that bring those out go looking for them on purpose.
Oh, they are 100%.
Yeah, that's how
the whole reason the Candace Patton or the Hartley Sawyer one happened is because Candace Patton fans didn't like the fact that him and Danielle were friends.
Right. I want to point out that also, like an out of context tweet, even though some of them are bad, I'm not defending the tweets, but an out of context tweet, if you look at it from like 10 years ago and you don't look at the growth from that person has made since those tweets, you're ignoring anything that's happened in that person's life and going, this one thing defines that person. And I'm not defending anybody's tweets. I'm just saying that when something like that happens, it's targeted. It doesn't just come up out of nowhere.
Yeah, people also pointed out too that his character arc was exactly what he was saying he personally went through, and that's what they were.
Chances,
and when that same thing with Chillblaine as well. Jesus, so it's a whole thing to where it's like the show is saying one thing in a message, but then he actually said this stuff years ago. We can't stand behind it, and it's a whole mess regardless. And I don't see Hartley because I think me and Ken have talked about this before. Hartley probably can never come back because Hartley would have to start all over again, and who would work with Hartley? Because everyone,
I think he can be hired again. I just don't think it's going to be in a role where he's a lead or a main.
He might be. He put him in like an indie project.
Yeah, that's. So. I went over this back when he got fired at the time. I'm like, his career trajectory. You know what I meant. I thought at that time this is what's going to happen. He's going to be out for 6 months, maybe a year. We will eventually see him come back in a guest role on some TV show somewhere or an independent project. Then maybe another guest role, independent project. Then maybe he gets a recurring role somewhere. I thought it'd be 3 years. I thought it'd be a year that he's out completely, another 2 years that he's got to work back in. And I thought in 3 years, if this guy he can probably get back into at least getting a recurring role somewhere.
Yeah,
but it looks like he just quit.
Yeah, I just looked. He hasn't had any appearances in anything.
No, nothing.
Any public appearances
and you would definitely hear about it because people still keep up with this stuff. Yeah, he
vanished. And to speak about this comment about Hartley as a DC plastic name, I mean, the only thing that's different is the name.
Also, too,
even looking at his Instagram, there hasn't been any activity since he was fired.
Yeah, and the thing is, if they were to hire Hartley as a major character like Plastic Man, I know, like, not major in terms of like Batman or Superman, but as a character that's going to be showing up in a lot of DC projects, that would be a really bad look. Because obviously there's still people that hate James Gunn for the role he's in. Imagine they bring in Hartley with the same kind of stuff. Like, oh, he's supporting this, blah, blah, blah. As Eric's saying, birds of a feather, they're the same people. Like, it would just make the DCU even look worse if they were to bring Hartley, who has all this negative attention.
Kind of already do that with the Flash, though.
Well, that's a different situation. Number one, the Flash movie was filmed under a different regime. The majority of the things that were shot was before all of Ezra's controversy. They spent over $200 million on its budget. You could not release it. You had to.
I always thought the best thing they could have done is just reshot all his scenes. Yeah, it cost you another $75 million. Yeah, but I bet you they make that $75 million back.
It's possible. That's the thing, because if they would have got someone else to play Barry, it would have cost a lot more money, a lot more post-production work. But it could have probably made more money. I don't know.
There was too much heat on the name Ezra Miller.
The thing is,
I would say Ezra is effectively done as a lead actor.
Oh yeah,
it definitely did not help. The reception to people seeing him at the premiere, going, "Why is he not in jail?"
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you have to take stuff to court. Like Ezra just can't be arrested because all that stuff happened a long time ago.
I did a whole video about it, and I found out that only all of those cases were effectively dropped, except for the one larceny case, which ended up being a slap on the wrist. Everything else that would have been a big deal was pretty much dropped, including the one on the reservation that was probably the biggest one. That one just went away completely. So
I don't know.
You're talking about the Hawaii one?
Well, I don't know if it's a coincidence that Warner Brothers. I don't know if it's a coincidence that Warner Brothers is pleading poor and all these cases got dropped.
Yeah. Well, the one on the reservation would have actually been handled there. It would have been something that would happen at court there. But the thing was that after all those statements came out, there was a big article about it from the family. And then shortly after that, we had the video with Ezra and the person that he was with. And there was like a weird Instagram post and then nothing for the longest time. And then apparently it was just nothing happened after that. Like,
Yeah.
apparently they went back to live with their family, and Ezra was just back in, at their home, pretty much.
It's pretty much. I think they paid off a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
definitely.
it's possible for sure.
I don't know if it
And-
was Warner Brothers, but I wouldn't put it past Ezra's team, because Ezra's not a broke person. Ezra's
got money, and the thing is, Warner
Yeah, but
Brothers
he doesn't have the money to be paying off everybody in Hawaii and the thing. Like there's a certain amount of money that he's got, but he doesn't have pay off everybody he's wronged money.
Yeah.
I think Warner Brothers' deep pockets were more responsible.
It's possible because Warner Brothers made a point not to address anything, not to make a statement, nothing. They never said
And that's also why they were able to keep Ezra on a leash. They're like, we're covering this up for you. You're not talking to anybody.
Yeah.
Looking back at this, I think it was a mistake for them not to let Ezra say anything. I think it was a mistake on their part.
Well, because Ezra went away, and then Ezra pops up at the premiere, and also too, I saw the footage. They made a point to say Ezra's gonna be at the premiere, but Ezra's not going to talk and not do any interviews. And Ezra did interviews. I'm like, you're not supposed to.
Also, Ezra did that big statement or something where he was thanking a lot of people.
Yeah, a couple. Yeah.
But I also want to point out, I think the biggest mistake they made, besides keeping Ezra in the film to begin with, was basically trying to ignore everything that happened. Because that statement that came out about getting help was not enough.
No.
There needed to be a lot more done. And basically having that statement come out and then not letting us see any progress on Ezra's treatments. Like, no, this is Ezra at the treatment facility. This is what they're doing to make themselves better, whatever. Nothing like that came out. It was like, and we knew for a fact that Ezra was reshooting stuff in the movie for several months while that quote unquote treatment was supposed to be happening.
Because that reshoot with Clooney was this year.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And they they did not make their profit. Like the whole movie's a bomb.
The movie was the biggest bomb in Warner Brothers history, not DC's history, in Warner Brothers history.
It's just sad because it was, with everything going on, it was just doomed to fail from the start, basically. And I don't know. And also, one thing that I did notice until the movie came out, and even still now that it has, do you notice how vague James Gunn was on the future of the Flash character in his universe?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it would,
because I'm pretty sure he never planned on having Ezra come back anyways.
And it would have just been an even worse look if they parted ways with the lead actor before the movie even came out.
Yeah. Because if it would have came out, say Ezra was fired for being the Flash in May of this year, it would have just brought everything back up in terms of all the past stuff Ezra did.
Also, I want to say this, that this was sort of a test for Hollywood, I think, which is a big financial loss on Warner Brothers' side. But if there's a controversy at the size that it was for Ezra as a leading actor in a project, how much is the general public willing to forgive in a big budget movie? And the answer is, don't fucking do it again. If you have an actor that has this much controversy around them, do not put that movie out. Shelve the movie or reshoot the movie. That's literally your only option.
you want proof that these type of things ruin a career? I mean, Kevin Spacey is doing a movie in Italy for $60,000. Yeah. That's his salary, $60,000. He would have probably been getting like $5 million plus 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, think Ezra should really consider himself lucky. And I know these are two different sets of circumstances I'm about to bring up, but look at what happened to that Smallville actress.
Oh,
Allison Mack.
Yeah.
Look at that whole ordeal.
Thankfully, Smallville was done.
Yeah.
Before,
and I can actually separate the character from the actress. So
that's good.
I'm not going to be like, I hate Smallville now.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
I will say, even prior to all that coming out, that was a character I didn't like. So I didn't just jump to hating it as soon as she got into all that.
Yeah, but there's more characters than just her, so that's what.
Yeah,
I'm
I
there's
am
like-
I am
yeah,
fading now. I
there's-
feel myself getting tired. I'm
there's a
like,
million
Yes.
characters.
So we have hit 4 hours.
Hey, this is the Snyder cut of Endless Multiverse.
It's the Snyder cut of the crossover. The Snyder cut. We're
Wait
now
until you
officially-
guys see the extended director's cut on DVD coming.
In black and white.
Can we start that one a little bit earlier so it's not?
Yeah,
like
a little,
1:30
just a
in the
tiny
morning?
bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
So I want to thank my guest, of course, 3W, Joypad Jake, Airrcksreloaded Canadagraphs. I'll have all of their X Twitter links in the description. You guys want to go follow them, check them out. Thank you guys so
Speaking
much for
of
being
Twitter,
here.
I just noticed in like the last couple of hours, when you go to like retweet something now, or like if you see something that's got retweets under it, they now just call it reposts.
Yeah, that changed for me a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Oh, really? It just today's the first day I noticed it.
Well, yeah, it's been slowly changing for everybody. It's kind of weird. Yeah. But thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it. Especially Jake and 3W being here for 4 hours straight.
I got here an hour late. So.
You did, but hey, we had fun. Canada showed up and made the crossover happen. Anyways, we should do this again. Maybe not for 4 hours, but it was fun.
Oh yeah,
5 hours.
Let's shoot for 5 next time.
Yeah,
So are you
5.
leaving a VOD up?
Yeah, exactly.
So are you leaving this VOD up?
Oh yeah, it's up. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
This was fun. People need to see.
He's making a 4-part series out of it.
Yeah, I'm going to split it up to 4 parts.
We'll accept our checks and post.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for being here, hanging out. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you, of course, to the guests once again. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, guys. Hopefully we'll do more of this more often or whenever. Anyways, bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
4 hours.
Bye.
Jesus